Estar en forma, mantenerse bien, es maravilloso. Yo hasta me siento mucho mejor a que cuando jugaba en el Necaxa. Y es más, imagínate que hasta Batistuta y mi gran amigo Zamorano me copiaron el look.
Oye, pero te quedaba muy bien.
Sí.
Ahorita estás muy bien, también te tengo que felicitar porque no cantas nada más las rancheras. Y te digo una cosa, se trata de eso, de cuidarnos. El chiste es cuidarnos, mantenernos muy bien, mantenernos bien físicamente, pero yo creo que también es muy importante mantenernos bien sentimentalmente y emocionalmente.
No,
Eso es muy importante.
sí, claro, perfecto. No te olvides de la lana. Creo que años como este que estamos mostrando, la utilidad, tenemos tener muchos ahorros para cuando dejemos, yo creo que dejemos de trabajar.
Bueno, luego los mexicanos nos pintamos solitos para eso, para ser creativos y encontrar formas de generar dinero, inventamos cosas, pero nos llegará ese día muy importante en el que todos, aunque lo neguemos, tenemos que dejar de trabajar. Y por eso estamos aquí, para hablar de construcción de nuestro futuro, a partir de que empezamos a ganar nuestro dinerito y cómo podemos ir ahorrando para poder tener cuando estemos ya más grandecitos, ¿no?
Y qué oportunidad tan grande, ya hubiera querido yo tener este evento al alcance cuando jugaba en el Necaxa.
Bueno, pues ahora sí. ¿Qué les parece? Que arranquemos esto. Espero que todos estén de maravilla. Para nosotros es un orgullo ser parte de este evento tan importante.
Yo la neta sí quiero saber sobre cómo es el funcionamiento de esto de AMAFORE. Me dicen que es una inversión y ese dinero es mío, pero no acabo de entender de qué se trata este rollo. Me dicen que hoy hablaremos más de por qué ahora las presiones se manejan con este sistema y cómo se convierten esos recursos para que tengamos más en el retiro.
En nombre de la Asociación Mexicana de Afores, AMAFORES, le damos la más cordial bienvenida al Encuentro Digital AMAFORE 2020, donde podremos aprender de los mejores y vamos a poder aclarar todas nuestras dudas sobre este interesante mundo de las Afores.
Parece todo muy complicado, pero aquí estaremos presenciando cátedra de los expertos y verdaderos cracks del tema.
Ahora sí, dejemos que los expertos hablen. Arranquemos con el Encuentro Digital AMAFORE 2020. Bienvenidos sean todos ustedes. Muy buenos días.
Buenos días. Es un privilegio y un honor participar en este panel de bienvenida integrado por distinguidas autoridades y participantes del sistema financiero y del sector empresarial. Agradezco sinceramente la invitación de AMAFORE por este privilegio. En sus 23 años de existencia, el SAR ha venido perfeccionando su funcionamiento y en este sentido, lo logrado durante la presente administración no ha sido la excepción. Ello ha sido posible en gran medida a los esfuerzos que conjuntamente la CONSAR y las administradoras de fondos hemos realizado a favor de los trabajadores en muy diversos frentes. Estoy convencido de que el sistema de cuentas individuales manejado por entes privados llegó para quedarse, por convenir así a México y a los intereses de los trabajadores. Sin duda, será fortalecido por el proyecto de decreto que el señor presidente de la República ha sometido a la consideración del Honorable Congreso de la Unión. No obstante, debido al escaso espacio con que contamos para este mensaje inicial y sin pretender soslayar en lo más mínimo los logros que de la mano de las AFORE hemos logrado en estos últimos 2 años en favor de la clase trabajadora, quisiera, en cambio, concentrarme en los retos que juntos, administradoras y autoridades, tenemos por delante. Primero, la CONSAR y las AFORE debemos redoblar los esfuerzos de educación previsional para el retiro de los trabajadores. Al respecto, debo decir que hoy en día el gasto comercial de las administradoras representa poco más de 1/3 parte del total de sus ingresos por comisiones. Desafortunadamente, se concentra casi en su totalidad en la remuneración de los agentes promotores. A juicio de la Junta de Gobierno, este gasto refleja la competencia que se da entre las AMAFORE por atraer cuentas. Este es un juego de suma cero que beneficia poco al trabajador. El máximo órgano de gobierno de la CONSAR considera que este tipo de actividad comercial no debe ser trasladada a los trabajadores vía comisiones. El gasto comercial operativo de las administradoras debe concentrarse en mejorar la atención al cliente. Con demasiada frecuencia, la CONSAR y la CONDUCEF reciben quejas sobre la atención que las administradoras brindan a sus clientes. Esto tiene que corregirse. Las administradoras deben dedicar más recursos para que el sistema cuente con más unidades especializadas de atención al cliente y que otorguen mejores servicios a los trabajadores en relación con la actualización y corrección de sus datos y en la orientación adecuada para tomar las mejores decisiones para su retiro y para promover una mejor educación previsional para los trabajadores. Los agentes promotores deben orientar y educar al trabajador, informarle sobre sus derechos y obligaciones como ahorrador del SAR, pero sobre todo asistirlo en sus trámites que deban realizar ante otras instituciones de seguridad social y las propias administradoras de fondos para el retiro. Por ejemplo, ayudarlo a corregir las homonimias, a resolver los problemas de unificación de sus cuentas entre diversas AMAFORE y sus semanas cotizadas, facilitar el retiro de sus recursos, orientarlos sobre la designación de sus beneficiarios y exhortarlos a crear y mantener actualizados sus expedientes de identificación biométrica. Los trámites del ahorrador ante las AMAFORE deben ser expeditos y seguros. Los esquemas de remuneración o ingresos a los agentes promotores consisten en su mayoría al pago de comisiones como un porcentaje del saldo de ahorro del trabajador. Este esquema de remuneración crea incentivos perversos entre los promotores, incentivos que son invariablemente contrarios al interés del trabajador. Las administradoras deben entender que la mejor manera de retener a sus clientes o atraer otros es mediante el ofrecimiento de servicios de alta calidad a los ahorradores y la orientación que les ofrezcan para atender sus necesidades de información y acompañarlos con una asesoría de calidad, siempre anteponiendo el interés del trabajador a cualquier interés pecuniario de la administradora o del promotor. Las administradoras deben entender que la mejor manera de retener a sus clientes o atraer otros es mediante el ofrecimiento de servicios de alta calidad a los ahorradores y la orientación que les ofrezcan para atender sus necesidades de información y acompañarlos con una asesoría de calidad, siempre anteponiendo el interés del trabajador a cualquier interés pecuniario de la administradora o del promotor. Por lo que hace al tema de comisiones que cobran las AMAFORE por la gestión e inversión de los ahorros de los trabajadores, aproximadamente el 50% de los ingresos por comisiones de las administradoras se destinan a un gasto comercial que, como ya comenté, no está alineado con las necesidades del trabajador y el resto corresponde a sus utilidades netas. En el mismo sentido, el 30% del gasto operativo de las administradoras, excluyendo al gasto regulatorio de sus ingresos por comisiones, se concentra en otros gastos. Sin embargo, solo se destinan 5% de esos ingresos por comisiones a los equipos y sistemas relacionados con la inversión que realizan por cuenta de los trabajadores para obtener los mejores rendimientos sobre los ahorros. La Junta de Gobierno considera que este gasto es insuficiente. Los recursos dedicados a invertir en condiciones adecuadas de rendimiento y riesgo los ahorros de los trabajadores deben fortalecerse con un mayor número de expertos en inversiones y adoptando la infraestructura de vanguardia que permite el análisis apropiado de las inversiones que se realizan por cuenta del trabajador. La Junta de Gobierno de la CONSAR no va a permitir que las administradoras perciban rentas extraordinarias y mucho menos con el monto y tipo de actividad comercial que hoy llevan a cabo. No se trata de regular la actividad comercial de las administradoras y mucho menos sus utilidades. La Junta de Gobierno de la CONSAR no va a tolerar que el gasto de inversión de las AMAFORE se mantenga en esos niveles claramente insuficientes y contrapuestos a la responsabilidad fiduciaria que les mandata la ley de los sistemas de ahorro para el retiro. Por lo que se refiere a las solicitudes de comisiones que cobran las AFORE por la gestión e inversión de los ahorros del trabajador correspondientes a 2021, la Junta de Gobierno de la CONSAR ha recibido con agrado el esfuerzo de algunas administradoras por lograr una disminución significativa de las comisiones. Por esta razón, ya se han autorizado las comisiones de 4 administradoras y en las próximas semanas se revisarán las solicitudes restantes. Al respecto, la Junta de Gobierno busca obtener una disminución de comisiones promedio para el sistema de alrededor de 0.80%, resultado que de acuerdo con la ley de los sistemas de ahorro para el retiro ya está prácticamente asegurado y que representará un ahorro significativo para los trabajadores, especialmente para los jóvenes que ya cotizan en el sistema y para las futuras generaciones. En particular, haciendo excepción de la solicitud de comisión de pensionista, la Junta de Gobierno ha dispuesto que la comisión máxima para 2021 sea de 86 puntos base, 2 puntos base por debajo de la comisión más baja que se autorizó para el año en curso para ese mismo grupo de administradoras. Por todo lo anterior, hago un exhorto a las administradoras para que juntos con la CONSAR realicemos un gran esfuerzo en materia de comisiones y en la reorientación de su gasto, poniendo siempre por delante el interés de los trabajadores, pues es a estos últimos a quienes las administradoras deben finalmente su existencia. Por último, la Junta de Gobierno reconoce las diferencias que existen entre las diversas administradoras, tanto en términos del monto de los ahorros como del número de cuentas administradas, las variantes en sus modelos de negocios y nichos de mercado, sus estructuras de costos y las diferencias entre las comisiones prevalecientes en el mercado. Asimismo, debe resultar claro que las administradoras deben contar con los ingresos mínimos suficientes para la adecuada gestión e inversión de los ahorros de los trabajadores y obtener un margen de rentabilidad razonable. Por su atención, muchas gracias.
A nombre de la Asociación Mexicana de Instituciones de Seguros, AMIS, agradezco mucho a la AMAFORE, especialmente a su presidente Bernardo González, su invitación a este evento. Saludo al mismo tiempo a las autoridades del sector público y a los representantes del sector privado y social que están participando en este espacio y especialmente a todos los jóvenes y estudiantes. El tema de esta convención es de la mayor relevancia para México. La población adulta enfrenta una situación de incertidumbre financiera ante su retiro. Y de acuerdo, por ejemplo, con cifras como de la OCDE, en México habrá en 2050 más de 10 millones de adultos mayores en condición de pobreza. La mitad vivirá con enfermedades crónico-degenerativas y 6 millones no contarán con una pensión. Nuestro sistema de pensiones enfrenta importantes retos. Si un trabajador aporta el 6.5% de su ingreso, en promedio, su pensión será del 26% de su último salario. Esta situación se agrava debido a los bajos niveles de ahorro de los mexicanos. 8 de cada 10 no ahorran a largo plazo. Y por lo anterior, es indispensable fomentar el ahorro en las personas durante su etapa de acumulación, que es el periodo en el que generan ingresos, para que cuenten con recursos que les permitan vivir dignamente durante su etapa de desacumulación, es decir, el periodo en el que dejan de generar ingresos. Por ello, la reforma al sistema de pensiones presentada por el presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador, la cual se construyó con el apoyo y colaboración del sector privado y social, representa un gran avance en esta materia, que sin duda mejorará las condiciones de retiro de los mexicanos. La industria de seguros refrenda su compromiso de colaborar para fomentar el ahorro y contribuir a mejorar el bienestar de los mexicanos. Muchas gracias a AMAFORE por su invitación y les deseo el mayor de los éxitos.
Es un placer estar con ustedes en este encuentro digital AMAFORE. Siempre un gusto y agradeciendo la invitación de mi querido amigo Bernardo González, presidente de la AMAFORE, para participar en este evento digital. Déjenme decirles que en México tenemos una gran fortuna de contar con un sistema de pensiones privado e individualizado. Y con la reforma reciente al sistema de pensiones vamos a mejorar considerablemente los saldos en cada cuenta y, por supuesto, el monto de dinero que tendrá a la hora de la pensión cada uno de los trabajadores inscritos en las AFORES. Pero eso, por otro lado, va a incrementar la competencia entre AFORES, lo cual beneficia al mercado, a los trabajadores y a todo el país. Y vamos a acabar teniendo un sistema que sea digno de una jubilación o una pensión correcta para tener un estilo de vida muy similar al que se llevó durante la vida productiva. Por ello, creo que estamos en una situación valiosa, productiva e importante en el sistema de pensiones. Yo les agradezco mucho esta oportunidad de platicar con todos ustedes porque sé que hay personas de la iniciativa privada, del sector público, estudiantes y todos aquellos que están interesados en el ahorro. El ahorro hoy es el bienestar del futuro. Muchas gracias.
Hola a todas y a todos. Como ustedes ya saben, recientemente se aprobó en la Cámara de Diputados la iniciativa para reformar el sistema de pensiones, con la cual se modifican y adicionan diversas disposiciones de ley del Seguro Social y la ley del Sistema de Ahorro para el Retiro. El Consejo Mexicano de Negocios apoyó esta iniciativa, ya que se traduce principalmente en 3 beneficios para los trabajadores del sector privado. 1. Se incrementan las aportaciones y por lo tanto los trabajadores ya contarán con mayores ingresos para su retiro. Segundo, se disminuyen las semanas de cotización mínimas requeridas para alcanzar el derecho a la pensión. Y tercero, se incrementa el valor de la pensión mínima garantizada. Con esta iniciativa, más mexicanos contarán con pensión y con mejores ingresos para su retiro. Actualmente, el sistema de pensiones tiene grandes áreas de oportunidad. Si no se hubieran llevado a cabo los cambios planteados en esta iniciativa de pensiones, en las próximas décadas, más del 80% de los trabajadores tendrían que recibir una negativa de pensión por no cumplir con las semanas cotizadas. Por lo tanto, es crucial que todos seamos conscientes de la importancia de la modificación de los parámetros del sistema para que estos funcionen mejor. Además, estos cambios eran urgentes, pues los primeros trabajadores elegibles se pensionarán el próximo año. La reforma en materia de pensiones es un paso en la dirección correcta, pues los trabajadores mexicanos gozarán de una mejora sustancial en su calidad de vida durante su retiro. México tiene un potencial inmenso y la actual coyuntura mundial nos permite apuntalar muchas de las ventajas que tenemos como país y como población. Para construir un país más justo y más próspero, necesitamos seguir trabajando todos, unidos, como un solo México. Muchas gracias.
Es un gusto acompañarlos hoy en este encuentro que tiene un título tan sugerente, Construyendo el futuro hoy. Me da gusto ver a tantos jóvenes participantes, muchos de ellos estudiantes. Seguramente van a obtener mucha información valiosa de los expertos nacionales e internacionales que nos acompañarán durante este foro. Pero estas urgencias del presente no nos deben hacer olvidar el futuro. Como bien dice el título del evento, Es por eso que trabajamos durante muchísimos meses junto con la AMAFORE y muchas otras organizaciones en la generación de una propuesta viable y sostenible para reformar nuestro sistema de pensiones. La propuesta que formulamos junto con la AMAFORE y con las organizaciones que nos acompañaron tiene 3 grandes objetivos: lograr un ahorro adecuado, tener criterios de elegibilidad razonables y contar con una garantía de ingresos en vejez por arriba de la línea de bienestar. Se centra especialmente, como son todos los sistemas del mundo, en aquellos trabajadores con menores ingresos. Si bien no todas nuestras ideas fueron incorporadas a la reforma que presentó el Ejecutivo, gran parte de ellas sí se incluyeron. Estamos trabajando con el Poder Legislativo ahora para afinar y proponer todos aquellos puntos que consideramos aún pueden mejorarse. Se trata de resolver las limitantes del sistema actual para que más mexicanos puedan tener mejores pensiones. Y la mayor parte del esfuerzo la hará el sector privado. Hemos logrado convencer a todo el sector privado que ellos sean los que pongan el dinero para mejorar el sistema de pensiones del sector formal del país. Con ciertas condiciones esperamos que esto no resulte una carga imposible, y es lo que hemos hablado con la autoridad y evidentemente con todos los empresarios. El sector privado actúa de una forma responsable y solidaria. Pone todo de su parte para poder transitar juntos con todos los sectores sociales y políticos del país esta etapa tan difícil y podamos salir adelante, como lo hemos repetido en todos los foros en que participamos, haciendo que nadie se quede atrás. Así que todos podamos contribuir y trabajar para que exactamente no dejemos a nadie atrás. Muchas gracias, sobre todo un gran abrazo a los jóvenes.
Gracias por estar en este gran evento. Yo festejo que el día de hoy esté gente de la iniciativa privada, del sector público, pero sobre todo festejo todos estos jóvenes que están participando el día de hoy en este gran evento. Los festejo mucho, los felicito, porque el día de hoy están ustedes iniciando una vida diferente en cuanto a información se refiere. El que ustedes conozcan el cómo se invierten, el cómo se invierten sus afores, eso es súper importante, porque quiere decir que ustedes están interesados en una vida hacia el futuro. Tenemos que ver hacia dónde vamos a caminar para lograr una vejez muy digna, una vejez donde el ahorro de nuestro trabajo se vea reflejado en nuestra vida diaria al final de nuestra vida laboral. No quiere decir que terminemos una vida laboral y que terminemos con una vida. Al contrario, inicia nuestro júbilo al momento de jubilarnos. Estamos preparando el momento de nuestro retiro. Yo felicito a los organizadores de este gran evento. Me ha tocado participar en otras ocasiones, pero el día de hoy me toca trabajar con ustedes, escucharlos, verlos desde otra modalidad. Una modalidad que paralizó al mundo, pero es una modalidad que nos tiene en camino a todos nosotros, así es de que lo festejo y desde aquí lo saludo con muchísimo cariño y aprecio y aprovechemos estos momentos tan importantes de aprendizaje. El que escucha tiene el problema de que a lo mejor aprende. Muchas felicidades a todos y aprovechar este gran evento. Gracias a ustedes y los felicito nuevamente.
Bienvenidos al encuentro digital AMAFORE 2020, el cual hemos llamado El futuro se construye hoy. ¿Y por qué se llama así?, se preguntarán. No tiene que ver únicamente con el hecho de que en este nuevo mundo en el que los sistemas de pensiones tienen que ser sostenibles en el largo plazo, el retiro de cada persona se empieza a construir desde joven, sino que también a 100,000 años de que el primer Homo sapiens rondó la Tierra, La humanidad se encuentra en un cruce de caminos. Uno que nos puede llevar a un destino próspero y largo como especie, u otros que nos pueden llevar incluso a desaparecer. Así de importante es la circunstancia en la que a nuestras generaciones nos tocó vivir. Se preguntarán por qué nos ponemos tan filosóficos, pero es que dentro de las pocas cosas positivas que han pasado en esta terrible pandemia, me parece que hemos tenido tiempo para reflexionar, para hacer una breve pausa sobre lo que hemos vivido y lo que quisiéramos vivir. Por ello, en AMAFORE, queremos plantear como tema de este evento una discusión sobre el futuro más amplia, no solo sobre el retiro. De acuerdo con científicos tan reconocidos como el británico Stephen Hawking, la humanidad enfrenta varios riesgos que amenazan nuestra continuidad. Destacan las pandemias, el cambio climático con desastres naturales, la automatización e inteligencia artificial, las guerras con armas de destrucción masiva y, por supuesto, la pobreza y la lacerante desigualdad. Por ello, queremos platicar con ustedes de estos y otros temas que son de suma relevancia para que después de todo haya un futuro. Es decir, el futuro lo construimos hoy. Estamos muy honrados con la participación de autoridades, empresarios, académicos, expertos internacionales en el sector financiero, celebridades, premios Nobel, pero sobre todo ustedes, estudiantes, compañeros de la industria de las AMAFORES, del sistema financiero, entre otros. Juntos sumamos más de 20,000 personas enlazadas a través de los canales digitales de AMAFORE. Les agradecemos mucho que estén aquí. El encuentro estará dividido en 3 secciones principales. Una para todo aquel que quiere conocer sobre cómo podemos hacer para tener un mundo sustentable y cómo el dinero de los trabajadores es pieza fundamental para lograr ese objetivo. Una segunda parte en la que expertos en temas financieros nos explicarán de la forma más sencilla y clara posible qué esperar de las condiciones económicas a nivel mundial y en México. También nos explicarán cómo las AMAFORES administran tu dinero para el retiro y finalmente tendremos una sección en la que tendremos intervenciones de famosos como Erika Buenfil, Luis Hernández, el futbolista, Trino y Sofía Macías, autora de Pequeño Cerdo Capitalista, quien nos dará un entrenamiento indispensable sobre el manejo responsable del dinero, del ahorro para el retiro y también responderá cualquier pregunta que tengan sobre temas financieros. A lo largo de todo el día tendremos también cápsulas con comentarios y opiniones de intelectuales, autoridades, empresarios y otros trabajadores que harán de este un evento inolvidable para quien nos siga. Deseamos que el mundo se encuentra en un cruce de caminos. La industria de las AMAFORES no es ajena a esa encrucijada. Estamos en un momento decisivo. Las primeras generaciones que se podrán retirar a través del sistema de ahorro para el retiro lo podrán hacer a partir del siguiente año. El sistema se ha venido preparando para ello a lo largo de 23 años. Los fondos que administramos son más de 4 millones de pesos, que representan aproximadamente el 20% del Producto Interno Bruto. ¿Es mucho o poco? Si lo comparamos con el saldo de crédito que administran los bancos, ese porcentaje es alrededor del 22%. Así de importante se ha vuelto el ahorro de los trabajadores a través del SAT en nuestro país. También el sistema ha probado su utilidad para todos aquellos trabajadores que se han quedado sin empleo. Cerca de 1.6 millones de trabajadores han solicitado un retiro parcial por desempleo a su AMAFORE. Y estos fondos, aunque no es deseable que se retiren, han sido muy útiles ante la falta de un seguro por desempleo en nuestro país. Esperamos que pronto encuentren un trabajo y puedan volver a la senda de ahorro que garantice una pensión digna en el retiro. También la industria se encuentra en una encrucijada desde el punto de vista normativo. El Ejecutivo envió un proyecto de reforma al Poder Legislativo para mejorar la pensión de los trabajadores afiliados al IMSS en promedio hasta en 40 puntos porcentuales. Es decir, tu último salario, tu pensión como porcentaje de tu último salario, podría pasar de un 30% en promedio un 70%. Por otra parte, en muchos países del mundo, incluso en México, hubo iniciativas para revertir el sistema de ahorro para el retiro. Afortunadamente aquí, el Ejecutivo de manera decidida ha enviado esta iniciativa justamente para corregir las fallas del sistema, pero sobre todo para garantizar pensiones dignas. Este es un mensaje muy importante, porque lo que quiere decir es que el sistema de pensiones del futuro es un sistema de cuentas individuales en el que cada quien aporta a lo largo de su vida laboral y al final tiene una pensión digna. Finalmente, queremos agradecerles su presencia y el que estén aquí. Ha costado mucho trabajo, 23 años de esfuerzo incansable por parte de las administradoras, de los reguladores y sobre todo de los trabajadores que han venido ahorrando a lo largo de este tiempo. Les agradecemos su asistencia y esperemos que sea un evento muy fructífero que hemos preparado con mucho tiempo y mucho esfuerzo para todos ustedes. Gracias.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Me da mucho gusto hoy estar aquí con ustedes. Quiero agradecer a la Asociación Mexicana de Administradoras de Fondo para el Retiro, AMAFORES, y en especial a su presidente, Bernardo González Rosas, por invitarme a participar en este espacio para compartirles este mensaje. Desde el Gobierno de México hemos tenido claro, desde el inicio de la administración y años atrás, que era muy importante y necesaria una transformación del modelo de pensiones. Es por ello que el Poder Legislativo ya está discutiendo la iniciativa enviada por el presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador y eso nos da mucho gusto. La iniciativa representa el esfuerzo de empresarias, de empresarios, trabajadores y gobierno para modernizar el sistema de las AFORES por primera vez desde su nacimiento en 1997, con el propósito de que más mexicanas y mexicanos tengan mejores pensiones. Sin duda esto contribuirá a ampliar la cobertura para que más personas tengan acceso a una pensión digna si consideramos que, de acuerdo con la encuesta nacional de inclusión financiera, solo 40% de las personas entre 18 y 70 años tienen una cuenta de ahorro para el retiro o Afore. Este indicador es aún menos alentador para las mujeres, al ser solo el 31%. La mejora salarial y mejores condiciones laborales están relacionados con la posibilidad del ahorro y por ello la reforma laboral que hemos impulsado y la negociación colectiva auténtica, la democracia sindical, se va a traducir en mejores salarios y mejores condiciones de trabajo. Asimismo, estamos impulsando una nueva política de salarios mínimos enfocada en la recuperación paulatina y responsable del poder adquisitivo de las y los trabajadores que menos ganan. A través de esta política ha sido posible la recuperación del poder adquisitivo del salario mínimo en alrededor de 35% en los últimos 2 años. De igual forma, a través de este aumento se ha logrado disminuir la brecha salarial de género en 6.5%. Otro de los grandes esfuerzos que estamos haciendo es en materia de subcontratación. Lamentablemente estos esquemas, muchos de ellos abusivos, fueron creciendo y afectaron a los trabajadores y a sus pensiones, a sus jubilaciones, a sus fondos de vivienda, liquidaciones, indemnizaciones, despidos, licencias de maternidad, accidentes, reparto de utilidades, antigüedad, entre otros. Por ello hemos venido dialogando de manera muy cercana con el sector privado para poder llegar a acuerdos que nos permitan impulsar una iniciativa para su regulación, partiendo de la premisa de que el trabajo es un derecho y no es una mercancía, porque recuperar la vigencia de los derechos laborales evita la competencia desleal hacia las empresas que sí cumplen, que sí reconocen a sus trabajadores, que sí protegen sus derechos y asimismo fortalece la seguridad social y la hacienda pública. Por eso, Espacios de diálogos como este nos permiten y nos van a permitir también en el futuro reflexionar sobre la importancia de garantizar las condiciones adecuadas para asegurarles a las y los trabajadores de México pensiones dignas para su bienestar durante la vejez. Es una responsabilidad que hoy compartimos todos. Muchísimas gracias.
Buenos días, me da muchísimo gusto saludarlos en el marco de la convención anual de la AMAFORE. Tuve oportunidad en las 2 ocasiones anteriores de acompañarlos en contextos completamente difíciles, cada una de ellas. Hace 2 años como miembro del equipo de transición del entonces presidente electo Andrés Manuel López Obrador. El año pasado ya en mi rol como secretario de Hacienda y esta vez de manera virtual. Estoy seguro que probablemente para el próximo año tendremos nuevamente la oportunidad de hacerlo de manera presencial. Como compartí con ustedes en las 2 ocasiones anteriores, la agenda de previsión social, la agenda alrededor del retiro y del funcionamiento de las AFORES es una agenda central para la Secretaría de Hacienda y Crédito Público y hay diversas razones para ellas. Una, la más obvia, es porque a través de estos mecanismos se busca garantizar que los mexicanos al momento de terminar su vida laboral tengan acceso a un retiro en condiciones dignas. Y la segunda, que es también importante para la agenda de la Secretaría de Hacienda y Crédito Público, es que los recursos que manejan las AFORES, bajo el resguardo de las AFORES, que no son menores, hoy alrededor del 17%, son una de las fuentes más importantes para la inversión de largo plazo. Y en ese sentido no es sorpresivo que nosotros hayamos venido trabajando con ustedes en una agenda para ir fortaleciendo esto. La reforma probablemente más importante es la que enviamos hace algunas semanas al Congreso de la Unión, donde a partir de ella se espera que se corrijan 2 cosas. Una, permitir a que las primeras generaciones de AFORE que empiezan a retirarse en un año y medio, tengan la oportunidad de hacerlas en condiciones dignas. La tasa de reemplazo, sobre todo para algunos de ellos, va a cambiar de manera muy sustancial. La otra, que tiene que ver con lo que yo había mencionado con anterioridad, va a permitir que los recursos bajo administración de las AFORES pasen del 17% a cerca del 40% en tan solo unos años, volviéndose en la fuente más importante para los proyectos de inversión, de infraestructura, etc. Esos recursos, por supuesto, requieren de asegurarnos que son manejados de manera profesional, transparente, muy limpia, y por eso hemos venido trabajando también con ustedes en una agenda que mejora tanto el gobierno corporativo, la transparencia, como el régimen de inversión de los fondos de pensiones. Nos parece que estos mecanismos están contribuyendo a que tengamos un sistema más sólido y más justo. Pero esto es solamente una parte del sector de previsión social y desafortunadamente es la parte más pequeña. En México, como ustedes saben, solamente el 43% de los trabajadores está en el sector formal, la inmensa mayoría de los trabajadores está en el sector informal, alrededor del 57% del PIB. Y dentro de los que están en cualquiera de sus 2 formas, las mujeres se encuentran subrepresentadas para la edad relevante laboral entre alrededor de 17 y 65 años, de acuerdo a las cifras de los organismos internacionales como la Organización Internacional del Trabajo o el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Solamente el 47% de las mujeres en ese rango de edad están trabajando. Y esto nos da pie a pensar ya no en la agenda inmediata de previsión social y de fondo de pensiones, sino en la agenda de muy largo plazo. Parte de lo que nosotros tendremos que corregir es justo eso, asegurarnos de tener un sistema, una economía, una sociedad que sea mucho más incluyente y en particular en estos 2 temas, en que cada vez más mexicanos se incorporen al sector formal de la economía y que cada vez las mujeres se incorporen hasta llegar a condiciones de equidad. Los dejo con eso y les deseo la mejor de las suertes en esta convención. Un saludo grande y espero que pronto existan las condiciones para que nos podamos nuevamente saludar en persona. Hasta luego.
Como en el 2006 25 más o menos.
A futuro no me veo como un empleado, sino más bien como un empleador.
Tener algo bueno, un hogar, una casa, construirla bien, es para la familia más que nada.
Pues para un futuro.
Me retiraría ya de trabajar y poco a poco lo iba a hacer rendir, invirtiéndolo en otras cosas.
Que voy a estar bien a una cierta edad que yo tenga.
Si hay un buen interés, a diferencia de tener un ahorro normal, sí se recibe mayor cantidad.
Sí está dando un buen rendimiento en las comisiones y todo. Te da una gran comisión. Esa comisión te va subiendo poco a poco y ya más adelante sí te da una gran cantidad de dinero, ¿no?
Al final de cuentas, creo que es dinero que tú no pasa por tus manos. Si vas a un banco y tú lo metes a un banco, a diferencia de ellos, es que tú puedes sacar tu dinero cuando tú quieras y al final de cuentas nunca vas a ahorrar.
Bueno, muchas personas he escuchado que ahorita, con el tema de la pandemia, gente recurre a sus afores para retirar cierta cantidad para poder solventar a su familia, para poder cubrir ciertos gastos y todo. Ya lo demás, como cuando te casas o X o Y, es como, digamos, un plus, ¿no? Sí anima a gente, a amigos, compañeros, a todo el mundo, que sí hay que tener una meta, y esa meta es ahorrar, hacer un crecimiento grande. Vamos a empezar desde a poquito y así poco a poco va a ir subiendo la escalerita con tal de llegar a esa meta que pues, es un gran ahorro para el retiro de mucha gente.
¿Preocupado por dónde guardar tus ahorros? Sí, ya sé. Estás preocupado por encontrar un lugar seguro. No, hombre, no. ¿Que no se te ocurra debajo del colchón? Hazle como Lolo, que su dinero lo tiene bien invertido en un Afore que resguarda su dinero para un futuro lisonjero. Y es que a Lolo su Afore no solo le resguarda su dinero, sino que lo hace crecer. Es una gran inversión. Así que si tu dinero lo tienes bien guarecido, ya llegó el momento en que lo inviertas, y no con un desconocido. Y es que las Afores administran los ahorros de los trabajadores y los invierten en mercados financieros, proyectos de infraestructura y diversos destinos que multiplicarán esos recursos, lo que permite que tu dinero crezca. Y así no solamente se vuelve un proyecto propio, sino de toda la familia. Y lo mejor es que tu dinero se encuentra protegido. Son aportaciones tuyas, de tu empleador y del gobierno, pero el dinero es solo tuyo. Nadie toca esos recursos. Que no por tener miedo de invertir, tus ahorros no tengan un porvenir. El dinero es propiedad de quien lo trabaja y de sus beneficiarios en caso de que fallezcas, sin importar cuánto hayas aportado o de cuánto tiempo hayas cotizado. No hagas corajes. Pon en manos de expertos tu dinero para que ellos decidan sin poner en riesgo los recursos y sin conflictos de interés lo que puede ser mejor para tu ahorro.
Ok.
¿Preocupado por dónde guardar tus ahorros? Sí, ya sé. Estás preocupado por encontrar un lugar seguro. No, hombre, no. ¿Que no se te ocurra debajo del colchón? Hazle como Lolo, que su dinero lo tiene bien invertido.
¿Qué sería tu vida después de las canchas?
¿Y tú, Erika? ¿Qué siempre pensaste mantenerte activa? ¿Has hecho algún plan para el retiro?
No, la verdad que no. Fíjate que uno siempre piensa que el retiro nunca llegará. Siempre pensamos que vamos a estar trabajando y
claro,
con gusto, la verdad. También siempre creemos que el éxito lo va a traer todo. Pero por fortuna, gracias a Dios, bueno, no puedo quejarme, yo sigo muy activa. Pero últimamente he pensado, ¿qué pasaría? ¿Qué pasaría si un día ya no quiero trabajar y quiero salirme de todo esto y dedicarme a mi casa? Y la verdad, vivir sin trabajar pues no es fácil.
Ay, Erika, yo solamente metía goles.
Ya sé. Te propongo que a continuación escuchemos lo que opinan los dueños del sistema.
Ahora vamos de lleno al día porque tenemos una alineación de primera titulada Economía Internacional en los retos que vienen y el rol del ahorro para el retiro.
Muy bien, vamos.
Well, thank you so much. Let us introduce you to a great expert in the global financial system, Mr. Lawrence Fink. He's a chairman and CEO of BlackRock, the largest asset manager in the world. As you know, BlackRock works in Mexico, has a huge office in Mexico, and is a long friend of our country. And a lot of projects are going on with BlackRock and the industry, particularly the industry of pensions in Mexico. So we're very honored to have you, Larry, here with us, and it's a pleasure. Let me start by making some questions regarding the global economic and financial outlook, and using your broad experience on the issue. Looking first at the economy, how does the crisis we faced in 2020 compare to other economic crises in the past? What new lessons have we learned this time, Larry?
Well, thank you, Bernardo, and it's a great pleasure to be part of this this conference. And well, the crisis is something that's larger than anything we experienced in our lifetimes. Every component of society is impacted one way or another. Some components of society are heavily impacted, and for many companies may be permanently impacted. And then there are for some other industries and companies that have done very well with the crisis. But I would say, reviewing the outcome of the crisis and where we are now, I would come away with a lot of optimism. A lot of optimism because in 10 short months, it appears we have 3 unique new form of vaccinations using synthetic RNA and delivering it specifically to create the antibodies in your system, triggering that antibody response. One is the traditional way of using the real antibodies from another human being and replicating that. The magnitude of that science discovery is just tremendous. To be overly optimistic for the future. Now, let's step back though. As I said, this crisis has been greater than any crisis. Large segments of society have been really harmed by that. We're seeing actually more income inequality because of the crisis in the United States, in Mexico, in all the emerging world. And so there is some huge impact because of this crisis. But because of strong governmental intervention through fiscal stimulus, strong intervention by central banks through monetary policy, we stabilize the world's capital markets. And then what is unique, and this is something I would have never gotten right, we're seeing how humans adapt very rapidly. So the majority of people are now working remotely still in many businesses. They're not spending any money on commuting costs. They're not taking an hour each way to commute. And in many ways, this has become a big blessing. Think about the savings you have. You're not commuting to the office. You're saving whatever that time takes to commute to the office and to back home. And in many industries, we're able to function quite successfully. The industries that are impacted are the industries where human beings come together. Hotels and hospitality, conventions, cultural events, sporting events. The aggregation of human beings is being limited dramatically now by COVID. Until we have the vaccinations that are fully disseminated, and human beings feel see that rebound anytime soon. And so one of the big impacts specifically for Mexico is tourism. And how can tourism rebound back to where it was? It's going to take quite a bit of time until human beings are able to travel and travel without any thought of safety or health. And so it's going to be sometime post-vaccination where people are going to start feeling comfortable again. But so we're seeing we're seeing segments of the economy doing exceedingly well. Economies that create this type of technology that allows us to work remotely. Think about where we would be in the world if we had this COVID crisis 7 years ago, before we had the technology of video conferencing in such large ways and connecting people and connecting companies and businesses. As I said, we're seeing humans respond differently. They're not commuting. They're spending more time at home. They're not going to restaurants as much. So we're seeing worldwide more and more people spending money on their homes, fixing up their homes, fixing up their kitchen. More people are eating at home now. And so grocery stores are doing very well right now. People are now building home offices because they can say, I could work from home, or I could be educated at home, or I could now have some of my medical advice being delivered at home through the internet. And so we are evolving, we're changing, and we're evolving and changing very rapidly. And so what I'm trying to suggest is there's some industries that are big winners, and the industries about human connection, human aggregation, those industries are still in trouble. And that is what's causing this K economy. Some industries doing well, some industries are doing very poorly. And that's going to persist for some time. The other issue, though, Bernardo, I don't believe we're all going back exactly to pre-COVID. I think we're all going to, some of us are learning how to do our jobs better. Maybe some people can do their jobs better at home, working remotely. So we're going to see very large changes how we operate. Do I think human beings are going to go back to malls and shop at malls versus shopping online? Maybe, but not nearly the pre-COVID level. Are we going to, we're going to change our lifestyle and how we live. And some of these are going to turn into really societal blessings. Think about Mexico City for a minute. If 30% less congestion because people were working from home, wouldn't that be a blessing? Think about what it means for the environment of Mexico City. I mean, I could speak about New York City. If we had 30% less congestion, this would even be a better place to live. But, it's going to take time. We're evolving. We're changing. These are all positives in the long run. But most importantly, we need to get over the crisis. We need to have the vaccinations in hand. We need to have people feeling safe and secure. We need people to be feeling safe that they can walk on the streets without a mask on. And that's still sometime in the future. And at that time, when we feel safe, that's when the entire economy can be lifted back. And maybe we could find ways of turning the trend of more inequalities and try to find ways of creating more societal equalities.
Excellent. Thank you, Larry. Is there anything that has surprised you from your initial expectations when everything started, and what has been going on during these 9 months that we've been living this pandemic?
Well, I never thought I could work at home. I've actually been quite successful working remotely, and it works. I would say on a larger level, when we developed the technology at BlackRock to operate, we never developed technology, or we thought we never developed technology to have 16,500 offices, everybody working remotely, and we were successful in that. And so there are many surprises how we learn, how we adapt, how we evolve, and we're probably better for that. I remember in spring everyone said, okay, we're going to get over this COVID thing, and then we enter summer, everything's fine, it's over, behind us. And then the summer came on, and everyone said, well, I'm waiting for fall, and everything will be fine. You know, we've had high expectations that this would be short in duration. And now we're at a point now where we're saying, you know, it's going to take longer. You know, and as Mexico has seen, as the United States has seen, this virus has huge impact on the elderly, those who are compromised. Even in the United States, where there's about 275,000 deaths, 100 to 125,000 of those deaths were men and women in nursing homes. And so when you think about the disease is heavily skewed towards those who are compromised already. And so we've seen different outcomes from different components of society. But I would say overall, my surprise is the resiliency of humanity. We all find ways to move on, even with so many people and families have been impacted by losing a loved one. We are still finding ways of building, of renewing, of refreshing. We're evolving. We're getting better at what we do, and so, you know, I'm always positively surprised how successful humanity is in trying to cope and evolve. And this is another example. This is why, you know, here we are at a conference about pension funds and the AMAFOREs. It's about the long-termism. I mean, one of the reasons why I think we have had BlackRock success over these years is we're an optimist over the long run. We're a pessimist in the short run. It is through that pessimism that we solve problems. It is that pessimism that addresses problems so we can be more optimistic in the long run. And so all this pessimism should not confuse the fact that these create good outcomes for the long term. And this is one of the big issues around like navigation and management of AMAFOREs of pension funds. This is about a long journey. It's not about the ups and downs of a market of any one quarter, any one year. It's about a long destination. And to me, once again, it reaffirms, it's not something I learned, but it reaffirmed this whole view of long-termism and why long-termism is so essential.
Sometimes that is so difficult to convey to the public and particularly to the media, Larry, because everyone is like looking at the market and if it has dramatic drops or what's going on. So I think it's very valuable, your comment regarding that.
But I would also tell everybody, be pessimistic in the short run, but don't get confused what that means for the long run. It is the noise of the media. The media makes money on the velocity of money. The media makes money on putting fear in everybody. That's how they make money. In fact, there's more viewership when things are bad than when things are good. There's less viewership when things are good. That's a human condition. It's amazing. We like to watch misery, but we don't like to watch glory. Well, that's a overgeneralization. But for all men and women who are focusing on building their own retirement, and for all the AMAFOREs and all the long pension funds that are focusing on long journeys, long destinations, we can't get confused about this short-term noise. The short-term ups and downs is really noise. Think about those people who panicked in March and April, who got out of the market.
Really? They lost a lot, yeah. Mm-hmm. You're totally right, totally right. Let me go to another topic, Larry, regarding the policy responses around the world to COVID-19. Governments and regulators have taken historic policy measures to support their countries and their economies. We've seen different countries taking different approaches. How do you view policy responses thus far? Have governments reacted in general strongly enough? Will additional stimulus will be required? And what are your views on the long-term implications on inflation and interest rates?
Great question. Let me just touch on Europe first. As Europe's policy response post the Great Recession in 2008 and 9 were really bad. They were highly dependent on monetary policy. And I think this is why it took Europe so long to rebound from the 2008 and 9 crisis. In the United States' case, we did quite a bit of monetary policy and fiscal stimulus in 2008. So into 2020 now, the European community did a large fiscal stimulus plus significant monetary stimulus. In the United States, it was both strong fiscal stimulus and large monetary policy stimulus. There is probably a need for another targeted fiscal stimulus in the United States between now and when the vaccination is freely distributed, sometime in spring, or vaccinations. And so there is a need for some targeted stimulus for some segments of the society. But as I said, there are segments in our society that are doing exceedingly well. And the question is, how do you target it for that segment of the society that's not doing well? And the question is, is it society's responsibility of funding companies that are probably going to not exist in 2 years or 3 years? Should you allow industries or companies that have lost their purpose? Should government still keep those companies alive with the high probability of the outcome they're not going to exist? These are big fundamental questions that every country has to ask. Jobs are the most important thing to secure. So if you're going to try to secure jobs, you may want to keep more companies going for the future, even though that they may not exist. Maybe society's interest in these companies through consumption is reduced and they're not viable anymore, but you still keep them going. These are the mix and balances that every country has, every finance ministry has, and central bank has. These are the type of questions that I've been asked personally by many finance ministries and central bankers. Let me just raise one issue, though, and this is really a key for all the pension funds and the 4As. I think all countries have been overly dependent on monetary policy. And monetary policy obviously monetizes financial assets, elevates the prices of financial assets, lowers the yields on fixed income. And as a result, we don't analyze at what cost are those policies, at what cost do those policies impact, long-term savings rates and long-term retirement rates. We all know with extended short rates being low to negative, our liability costs go up, and therefore we have to take on more risk to achieve those liabilities. And that's a trend worldwide. And we don't know the end of that story. We don't know if you're investing today, what will that investment look like in 10 years? And those are some big, interesting questions. And so, when we think about monetary policy, are we thinking about what the physical impact is on retirement funds and retirement savings? It's pretty debilitating, as we all know, and for an industry that's all about retirement. Let me just bring one other societal issue. Like in Mexico, who owns stocks, basically? Wealthy people, upper middle class people, the poor do not. Who benefits from monetary policy? The wealthy. And so the problem with monetary policy, it is not as targeted as fiscal stimulus, but monetary policy elevates financial assets. And the biggest beneficiaries of elevated financial assets are wealthy people. So it creates even more inequalities. And that's something that society has to understand. And so for those who were involved in those who are consistently investing in financial assets, those parts of the society have done very, very well. Those have not have been harmed. Those who are in retirement and are trying to earn a fixed savings rate, they've been really harmed. And so we all know the pluses and minuses. But to answer your question, policy responses to date have been strong. There may be a need for more fiscal stimulus and less dependency on monetary policy.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Larry. And you mentioned Mexico going into the region, into Latin America and the Mexican economy outlook. BlackRock, as I was saying at the beginning of our conversation, is really committed to Latin America, to Mexico, and it has a large presence in our region in terms of servicing clients and investments. We know that the current economic crisis impacts both developed and emerging markets in different ways. For Latin America, Larry, what would be your perspective, and in particular, the economic perspective also of Mexico?
Well, as you framed my role, I have a big believer in Mexico. I think the vitality of the country, the educational level of the country, the industrialness of the citizens of the country are very, very strong. And I think Mexico's location is a very privileged position, a very wonderful position, because if you believe in the North American Trade Agreement, if you believe that we are all connected, I'm a big believer in North America, the power of Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And I do believe what COVID has done is identified many problems in our supply chains. And I think as a result of that, we're going to see many more supply chains moving closer to the demand. So the demand for North American goods is very powerful for Mexico. And that's one of my fundamental views of why I'm very constructive in Mexico. Obviously, Mexico needs to address its issues around crime and personal security, and there are many issues that are hindering the Mexican economy, and we all know it. I'm not saying anything that the audience doesn't know, but if Mexico could solve those issues in a very positive way, then I think Mexico can see accelerated growth. As we all know, for the last few years, Mexico has really experienced a pretty subpar growth, and so we'll see how this all plays out, but I am bullish on Mexico. On other parts of South America, I'm a little more concerned than other parts. I think COVID has had a very big impact on some parts of other parts of South America. I believe climate change is going to have a remarkable impact on many parts of South America. I think related to sustainability, parts of South America have been light. Mexico has been, faster in elevating the whole concept of sustainability, especially as an investors. And so I'm probably less bullish on South America than I historically am. And I believe the restructuring of Argentina was tough. Again, it happens too often, shifts of governments back and forth. It really just is it's a real issue. We had a restructuring in Ecuador. In Brazil is either fabulously happy or fabulously unhappy. And, we need to have Brazil center a little more in the from its extremes into the center. But we all know Brazil has huge potential. And Brazil generally disappoints. One of the big issues for Brazil, it needs to take a more leadership role on sustainability. But over the long run, it's hard not to be bullish about Brazil and other parts of South America over the long term. Having a currency that is, that eroded by 50% almost from 3 years ago, the real and Brazilian goods are very competitive now. This is one of the reasons why the Brazilian market is up so much from its lows a few years ago, because now on a currency adjusted, it's pretty flat, but But so there's opportunity, but we all have to be mindful. Climate change is going to be impactful of the entire component equatorial part of the world, with rising heat and rising humidity, bigger storms or disruption. And so it's easy for me to become long-term or remain a long-term bull on Mexico. It's harder for me to become long-term as bullish on the rest of South America as I am on Mexico.
It's great to hear your outlook on Mexico, and of course, we are also, as the pension fund industry, very confident on that. As you know, probably there will be a pension reform soon, which will increase mandatory savings. That would be also very useful to develop the country, to create infrastructure, among other things. You talked, Larry, on climate change, and regarding that, the industry of asset management has a lot to do for sustainability. Actually, the main theme of this conference is to discuss what we have to do now to still have a future and a promising future, both for retirement, starting to save now, particularly for young people, to take care of the climate, and also to be more equal, incorporate women to boards, and all of these that could make a better society for everyone. BlackRock has been very engaged in pushing for what we call ESG investing. Could you tell us, Larry, what are the efforts that you're doing globally? And let me, by the way, congratulate you, because we knew just a few days ago that Brian Deese was named head of the Economic Council in the US, or will be nominated, and he was a very important speaker in our conference last year, exactly regarding talking ESG. So, Larry, going back to the question, sorry. Could you tell us more of what BlackRock is doing in this regard, and why it's so important?
Well, I would say probably the most important thing what we are doing is we came of a view that climate change is investment risk. And one of the beauties of finance, once you understand a problem, you bring that problem to the present. Climate change, a lot of people think, is a future problem. But once you believe it's not just a future problem, it's going to be a current problem, we see a large reallocation of capital. And we have been witnessing a huge reallocation of capital. We're seeing huge flows into sustainable products now. We're seeing a big differentiation for companies who are much more focused on ESG in the industry versus companies who are not. That's showing up in the difference in PE ratios. And more than ever before, we are witnessing more and more dispersion between the good companies and bad companies. And so the focus on ESG, the focus on climate change as an investment risk is real. And it is becoming more and more known that it's real. And through that process, we're seeing this whole reallocation of capital. And BlackRock is playing a big role in trying to help clients, help them understand how every pension fund, every Afore can focus on investing through the lens of sustainability. We're with our Aladdin technology to try to helping more people understand climate risk as investment risk. We're trying to develop those types of analytics. We believe sustainability issues are becoming even more important in this COVID world. The existential health risk of COVID is not any different than the existential risk of climate change and the physical impact on our world. And more investors are starting to recognize that, and especially for the Afores and long-term investors, they have the ability to invest for that future and not worry about the ups and downs of the marketplace. And so we believe this trend is going to continue.
Let me tell the audience, Larry, that you just sent a letter to CEOs. Well, you send it every year, but your letter this year focused particularly was a pledge to make sustainability the newest standard for investing at BlackRock. And that's the size of the commitment of Mr. Larry Fink with the environment and with the sustainability of investment around the world. So thank you, Larry, for that. Finally, I would like to ask you a question regarding the retirement industry. Why it is important, Larry, to discuss things about retirement and why it is so important for people to realize that the retirement starts to be built and now, not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, but every day.
Absolutely. So I call it the silent crisis. I think it's the biggest crisis in most of the world that we don't talk about, and that's the silent crisis of retirement. Too few people do not believe they need to be investing for their retirement. And so there's huge inadequacies in Mexico, huge inadequacies in the United States, where people are under saving for retirement. And they're too reliant on Social Security. And so it is important to try to help raise a level of financial literacy so people can understand the value of investing over a long horizon, getting and receiving the compounding of returns over time, investing over the long run. And there's a higher probability that you have enough savings to live retirement in dignity. But because we don't talk about it, there's large segments of society will not be able to live in retirement with dignity. And I think this is one of the reasons why we have such rise of populism right now in all the countries of the world, because people want answers and they haven't been told with total transparency what's going on, and people want to have hope for their future, and they're fearful that they're undersaved, or they did not understand the value of compounding of returns over time. And so if we don't talk about it, the crisis is only going to get worse. And so therefore we have to talk about it. We have to bring it up. We don't want to be an alarmist. We want to inform, and through that information, we hope that we have better outcomes, because if people start understanding it, they'll save more and they'll be more prepared for their retirement.
Definitely, Larry. Thank you so much for your insight, for your comments. And of course, again, it's an honor to have you here in our panel. It's a great pleasure and a privilege to hear you every time. Thanks a lot, Larry.
Thank you, Bernardo, for the opportunity to speak today. It's clear from today's discussion that the tremendous toll of the COVID-19 crisis on health, economic well-being, and everyday activity has precipitated a widespread reassessment of the way we live our lives. In Mexico, like so many other places in the world, national statistics show poverty has grown, and that workers with the lowest incomes are more likely to be hit hardest by the pandemic. And like in America and parts of Europe, as cases surge again, we need to remain vigilant. In recent weeks, we've received some encouraging news about more effective antivirals helping shorten treatment and recovery times, and the whole world is cheering on the vaccine manufacturers with a hope that these medicines will be deployed very, very soon. Mexico, like many nations, will ultimately need to go through a difficult rebuilding process. But the resilience of Mexico and its people's qualities I have long admired personally, is also what keeps me optimistic about your long-term opportunities. How we emerge from this present an opportunity for governments, for companies, for people to shape a more equitable, sustainable future. We're already seeing resilience and innovation within certain industries as they adapt to the new paradigm, and as the pandemic accelerates structural trends. Technology stands out as a key bright spot, and so are the industries that are embracing technology to power their own businesses, like healthcare companies that are now seeing more patients online, or in financial services where financial advisors are moving clients' conversations to a digital experience. This transformation is underscoring the importance of access to a strong internet connection and broadband infrastructure, not just for work and commerce, but for education and for keeping families and communities connected to each other and to the world. And this access to strong internet connection is unequal in many parts of the world, including in developed nations like the United States, and especially in developing nations like Mexico. This should be a priority for governments and private sector alike. In fact, it's just one example of how the pandemic has exacerbated inequalities, income inequalities, healthcare inequalities, and inequalities in opportunities to advance one's own education or one's own career. That's why BlackRock is partnering with local nonprofits to train people in Mexico for careers in information technology and other fields that will be increasingly in demand. We've also seen that companies with strong sustainability characteristics, companies focused on all their stakeholders, not just their shareholders, but their employees and the communities which they operate, have weathered the crisis much more effectively. Knowing this, what can the investment industry and firms like BlackRock do? First, we can make investing available for more people. We live in a world where the benefits of financial markets are not evenly shared, and we have a real opportunity to address barriers to access and participation in financial markets for individuals. Second, we must make sure that companies focus on the long term, operate sustainability, and serve all their stakeholders, addressing issues like diversity, fair treatment of workers in their supply chain, and climate preparedness. In every market where BlackRock operates, we are guided by those same values and principles in delivering on our purpose of trying to help people experience financial well-being. I am optimistic that we can create a more positive future, both for Mexican people preparing for retirement and for our clients around the world looking to invest in Mexico. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. It is a great honor for me to be a part of this event. I wish you all the best and for everyone to stay safe and healthy. Thank you, Bernardo, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días. Nos encontramos precisamente con el ingeniero Ernesto Torres Cantú. Él es presidente para América Latina de Citigroup. Nos ha hecho el favor de acompañarnos en este panel de expertos internacionales con el objetivo de discutir sobre la evolución del sistema de ahorro para el retiro en México, también para poder hacerle preguntas e interactuar con él respecto a la importancia que tiene el proyecto de reforma que se ha enviado algunas semanas al Congreso de la Unión y que refleja en buena medida un gran acuerdo logrado entre el sector privado en México, el gobierno y, por supuesto, los sindicatos representados en el Congreso del Trabajo en México. Ernesto, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. En serio, es un honor y un gusto tenerte en este evento digital AMAFORE 2020.
Me da mucho gusto estar aquí con ustedes, Bernardo, ¿no? En la quinta convención primera digital de AMAFORE, ¿no? Como sabemos, las AFORES iniciaron hace 23 años, ¿no? Y han logrado muchas cosas en ese periodo de tiempo. Y ahorita estamos en lo que yo llamaría, vamos, en un punto de inflexión, francamente, para llevar el sistema de AFORES y de pensiones en México a otro nivel que va a redundar en beneficios bien importantes para todos los aforavientes.
Gracias, Ernesto. Pues sí, efectivamente, después de 23 años, finalmente se logra algo que se sabía que tenía que pasar. Era necesaria una reforma, y este es el nombre técnico. Una reforma paramétrica significa cambiar los parámetros. Por un lado, incrementar el monto de ahorro, que apenas es hoy del 6.5% del ingreso en México, y llevarlo al 15%. Y por el otro lado, disminuir el número de semanas o de años que se requieren para alcanzar una pensión en nuestro sistema. Dicho esto, Ernesto, y utilizando tu experiencia dirigiendo uno de los grupos financieros más importantes del mundo, y particularmente tu coordinación en América Latina, dinos, ¿dónde crees que esta reforma nos pueda poner en el escenario de los países de América Latina?
Yo creo que tiene ventajas indudables la reforma. La más importante de todas es el incremento de 6,5% a alrededor del 15% en las aportaciones, ¿no? Y estas aportaciones, esos 9 puntos adicionales, obviamente van a venir a cargo del patrón. Y eso va a redundar en otra calidad de pensión y cantidad de pensión para los aforavientes, ¿no? Verdaderamente es otra calidad de vida que van a tener una vez jubilándose, Bernardo, ¿no? A mí me parece, por mucho, esa es la más importante, ¿no? También mencionaste la reducción de la cotización en semanas, ¿no? De 1,250 a 750 semanas, lo cual permite que más gente tenga acceso a la pensión por las cotizaciones, ¿no? Aunado a esto, como consecuencia de este incremento, viene una disminución en las comisiones que cobran las AFORES, que va a ser consecuencia otra vez del aumento en las cotizaciones, y que este nivel de comisiones va a ser competitivo cuando lo comparo con otros sistemas pensionarios en Latinoamérica, ¿no? De hecho, incluso más bajo, pues, y estoy hablando en algo alrededor de los 70 puntos base, ¿no? Y eso también termina siendo beneficio para los aforavientes, ¿no? Ahora, el otro que no se ve tan claro o no es tan fácil verlo es bueno, ¿qué hacemos con todo este dinero? ¿No? Ahorita el sistema de las AFORES, ¿no? Ya es del tamaño de los ahorros del sistema bancario en general, ¿no? O sea, ya lo duplicó, ¿no? Y con otra perspectiva de tiempo. Entonces, esto permite a las AFORES financiar invirtiendo en proyectos de larguísimo plazo que antes, hombre, cuando empezamos esto hace 20 y tantos años, pues era impensable, ¿no? Porque en los balances de los bancos no puedes tener créditos a esos plazos que se necesitan para proyectos, por ejemplo, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Porque como sabemos, los depósitos de los bancos pues son a mucho menor plazo, ¿no? Entonces, hacen eso más difícil. Entonces, nada más imagínate que se puede duplicar el sistema, ¿no? Y eso quiere decir que se duplica la cantidad de dinero disponible en nuestro país para financiar proyectos de largo plazo, privados y públicos, ¿no? Obviamente, de los dos, ¿no? Y eso tiene un beneficio enorme para el crecimiento de la economía, Bernardo.
Sí, muy importante lo que dices. Además, tu visión, Ernesto, como director general, presidente de Citigroup, conoces muy bien nuestro país y la región con tu nuevo encargo dentro del grupo. Es muy curioso lo que dices, el fondeo de los bancos realmente está limitado en cuanto a plazo y estos fondos son muy importantes. La expectativa, Ernesto, es que de aprobarse la reforma que envió el Ejecutivo al Legislativo hace algunas semanas, aproximadamente en un periodo de 10 años, se podría duplicar el saldo de ahorro de los trabajadores. En lugar de ser el 20% del Producto Interno Bruto, sería casi el 40% del Producto Interno Bruto. Y es muy
it would be almost a 40% of the GDP. That's quite relevant. In Mexico, the 51 banks, it's only of a 22%. The importance of the AFORES regarding the ability that needs to be developed to have the availability of those resources, Bernardo, that are incremental. I believe this is very similar to what we have, but even more. We have more analysis capacity. We need to have a more agile, quick response of the projects so that these projects have a quicker response. It is very important to have the right type of consultancy for the project promoters, be them public or private, so that the projects are not bankable anymore, but affordable, if you will, to use this term, considering the characteristics that they would have to have, so that they are attractive for investors. And this is not only something that is rates, it's also legal frameworks, certain guarantees if necessary. So this is a function of the AFORES that we need to do more and better, more efficient, quicker. On the side of our country, what is happening now is something that it is not the ideal world for the AFORES, because more than 50% of all of the resources we have, they're invested in one way or another in federal government assets. What we would like to have is to have more projects that are public-private, because that would mean that in order for our Afore savers, not only will they have more yield, but the risk is also diminished because it is multiplied. Instead of having everything concentrated in one basket, so I believe that in order to have more public-private projects, what we need to see is to have a much larger decision, if you may, not only of investing in Mexico, but also of having more legal certainty for the processes within Mexico, so that investors will feel safe to invest. Thank you very much. And at an international level, speaking of Latin America, we have seen that in several countries, for instance, Chile, They are social movements that are quite important, movements that are opposing the equivalent of Afore managers in Chile. Part of the riots have to do that they have not paid the pensions to the workers once they retire. And they're also being accused, those fund handlers, that they are profiting from the savings of workers. As a matter of fact, there have been attempts of reverting the whole regime to get rid of this system. In Mexico, we've also have had this type of attack. Some legislators have proposed that we get rid of the Afore system. So from your own perspective, Ernesto, why? Would it be desirable for us to keep a system of individual accounts of a defined contribution and not one of a determined benefit as we had before 1997, or as the one some people have been requesting? Based on your experience and the group that you represent, what is the difference that we can expect to have if the reform takes place? Well, the first thing that you have mentioned is paramount. And this does not only apply to Afores or funds, pension funds. It applies to all of our financial instruments, the ones that CT provides, or any bank. Which is, if you are not satisfying your customers' needs, you have a problem. That's crystal clear. And the truth is, if at the end of the period, the expectation of one of our customers is to have a better retirement, that is something that is understandable. It is an expectation that is fair. We'll have that expectation, and if we are not meeting the expectation in the way you expect it to be met, you're going to have a negative opinion. That's something that is normal and natural. That is why the bill of law that's being presented for the reform is so important. Constructing a pension is no rocket science. It depends on how much money you give and for how long you give it and the yields you get out of that. That's as simple as that. So by doubling the contributions employers are going to provide, which is very important, and by reducing the amount of weeks that you need to cover to have access to your pension fund, all of that is going to help so that there'll be better pension funds for our holders, and that is something that is extraordinary. And following this logic, which is also part of your question, why would it be better to have one model than another? That's also a very simple answer. The Afore system in Mexico, if you compare it to the one we had before, now we have individual accounts for the monies. There's one account for each user, one for Bernardo, one for Ernesto Torres, and that money is mine and mine alone. It is not a pool, it is not a record of how much I would get. No, it's exactly the amount of money that I hold. In other systems, it doesn't work that way. In other systems, Ernesto would have right to this money if and only if when he retires, the government has money to pay for him. That's not fair. I wouldn't want to save in a system like that one. I would like to save in a system like the one I currently have, where I know exactly how much money I own, who's looking after it, and once I retire, this is the money I will have access to, right over. This is a radical advantage, if you may, if you compare it to other pension models. It's much better, obviously. there's also the advantage that you have different Afores competing to offer better yields. And they are looking into different assets to invest in according to the terms of the investment. But anyway, this competition is good. It offers better yields, it offers better commissions. And so who's benefited in the end, it's the person who will get the fund when she retires. And this system is going to benefit all of our customers as a whole. Now, you've touched upon something that is fundamental, and that is the effort that the entrepreneurs, the business people are doing to increase the contributions, the ones that are mandatory on behalf of the workers. I hope I don't insult you, but I believe that you have been somebody who's been very concerned about the wages of the workers. You were a person who promoted the reform, the increase of the employer's contribution. So I say this with not the intention to put you in the spotlight, but you need the acknowledgement. You deserve it. So what's changed in the mentality of entrepreneurs in Mexico? There's a commitment. There is a different attitude that they have adopted to bring those contributions to 6.5 to 15%. Of course, it is a big burden for the companies to make certain that the wages are no lower than a certain level, and the contribution they're adding up to. So why is this action being taken? The system has been around for 23 years. We knew that the reform was necessary for a long time, but it isn't until now that the entrepreneurs are committing. So why? What has changed? What has happened in the mentality of the business world in our country? It took us way too long, Bernardo. And I believe that we need to acknowledge that Mexico won't be able to thrive unless all of the Mexicans thrive as well. We cannot have a society where there's great inequality like the one we have nowadays and expect everything to work well. And I believe that this is an acknowledgement that is becoming increasingly more accepted by entrepreneurs with the people I talk to. This is also something that is accepted by the proposal of the CCE. So that it is the employers who are adding the additional 9 points of the contribution. So as you say, in Citibanamex, we have signed an agreement with over 19 companies, an agreement that nobody would be making a wage that is lower than 6,500 pesos in any of our companies without including benefits or bonuses. This amount has increased to more 100 companies.
Deja tú para el país, tiene un costo humano muy real, ¿no? Que se traduce en familias no viviendo al nivel que deberían de vivir y francamente tienen derecho a hacerlo, ¿no? Entonces, este reconocimiento de los empresarios, la verdad es que lo veo amplísimo, Bernardo, y me da muchísimo gusto que en ese sentido se haya traducido en la propuesta que como mencionaste, es de empresarios, sindicato, gobierno, para llegar finalmente a una propuesta como la que se está presentando al Congreso de la Unión.
La siguiente pregunta tiene que ver con la reforma. En general, hemos platicado que es una iniciativa muy positiva que va a mejorar las perspectivas de retiro de los trabajadores en nuestro país. Sin embargo, recientemente la Comisión Federal de Competencia Económica emitió una opinión respecto de la iniciativa, en la que señaló que el establecer un precio máximo en realidad iba a provocar un mercado con inflexibilidad que iba a acabar afectando a las AFORES y además, en última instancia, a los trabajadores, afectando el interés de los trabajadores, evitando que hubieras muchas opciones y limitando la competencia. Desde tu punto de vista, evidentemente el regulador y legisladores piensan que los niveles de comisiones están altos. A mí me gustaría si nos pudieras comentar desde tu perspectiva cuál debería ser el mecanismo ideal para que se determinen las comisiones y también para alcanzar los mejores estándares internacionales en esta materia. Al final, esa es la aspiración, creo que de todos.
Sí, claro, Bernardo. Las comisiones de las administradores de fondos y de AFORES o AFPs, etcétera, en el mundo, ¿no? Tienen que ver con un par de temas, ¿no? Tiene que ver con la maduración del sistema, o sea, cuánto tiempo lleva el sistema operando, y tiene que ver con el tamaño de los activos que manejan, ¿no? La verdad es que en una gran medida los costos de las AFORES son prácticamente los mismos si manejas 10 pesos que si manejas 20 pesos, ¿no? Entonces, entre más crece el saldo, más puedes bajar las comisiones, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, cuando hablamos de competitivo, es que haya una comparación con sistemas que tengan un desarrollo un tiempo similar de desarrollo al que tenemos en México y un manejo de activos similar al que tenemos en México, ¿no? Por eso comentaba que una de las consecuencias de la nueva reforma es la disminución de comisiones, que es consecuencia, ¿no?, del aumento de lo que está manejando. Y obviamente, digo, en términos de competencia, más allá obviamente, de la opinión de la Comisión Federal de Competencia, en términos el control de precios en cualquier industria en general no es una buena idea, ¿no? Terminas dejando jugadores que no van a poder competir totalmente fuera, ¿no? Que atienden a una parte importante del mercado y que están, por ejemplo, a lo mejor en una etapa de crecimiento, que pues eso justifica que tengan una comisión más alta que otras, que llevamos más tiempo, etcétera. Y lo que se debe buscar es las condiciones para que tengas un mercado donde haya jugadores que realmente compitan, ¿no? Y que realmente busquen en esa competencia el beneficio de sus clientes, Bernardo. Entonces, no es una buena idea el control de precios aquí ni en prácticamente ninguna otra industria.
Muchas gracias, Ernesto. Finalmente, para terminar, quiero pedirte si puedes dirigir un mensaje a nuestra audiencia de parte del grupo que representas y en general a quienes observan y a los legisladores que están discutiendo este proyecto de reforma.
Pues mira, que me da muchísimo gusto que la reforma ya esté en el Congreso, ¿no? Que esté siendo financiada por los patrones este incremento y que se haya llegado a este acuerdo en beneficio de los trabajadores de México. Ahora, es de los trabajadores en el sentido que, vamos, que son formales, ¿no? Nos queda como país, y eso ya es en adición a las AFORES, Bernardo, nos queda la labor pendiente de los trabajadores informales que no tienen ahorita ningún esquema de jubilación, ¿no? Ese es un trabajo como país, es un enorme pendiente que tenemos que atender, porque ahí al menos hay la mitad de los trabajadores de México que no tienen Afore y no tienen perspectivas de una jubilación. Deja tú digna, o sea, de ninguna jubilación, ¿no? Y eso es un pendiente importante para el país, Bernardo.
De acuerdo, totalmente. Pues muchísimas gracias, Ernesto. Agradezco de veras mucho tus comentarios, tu compromiso con el gremio, con la industria, con los trabajadores. Gracias por habernos acompañado. Un abrazo fuerte. Hasta luego.
Bueno, pues qué interesante plática. Mi Erika, ojalá y tengamos a jóvenes deportistas poniendo atención porque la situación se complica cuando ya no juegas igual o simplemente hay que dejar el paso a los más chavos y no tienen una hora.
Ay, sin duda. Por más exitoso que seas, si no prevés el futuro, es muy, muy, muy importante, que es fundamental tomar en cuenta todo lo que escuchamos en esta plática. Ahora es turno de Jeffrey Sachs, director del Centro de Desarrollo Sostenible en la Universidad de Columbia y presidente de la Red de Soluciones para el Desarrollo Sostenible de las Naciones Unidas. Resulta que ahorrar para el retiro, además de servir para protegernos, es un mecanismo mediante el cual las inversiones están ayudando a transformar al mundo, a mejorar la calidad de los empleos y reducir la contaminación. ¿Quién lo iba a pensar, no?
Dicen que el profesor Sham domina este tema. Escuchemos lo que nos platicará.
Así es.
Thank you, Professor. Por favor, ready, Enrique, please.
¿Listo?
Listo.
Muy bien. Buenos días a todo el mundo. Bienvenidos a esta conferencia de AMAFORE digitales. Para mí es un gusto poderles introducir al profesor Jeffrey Sachs. Una presentación de sumo interés para todos nosotros, que tiene que ver con inversiones responsables, gobierno corporativo, medio ambiente y responsabilidad social. El profesor Sachs no necesita mucha presentación, es una persona ampliamente conocida por sus estudios en temas de economía, de desarrollo sustentable y políticas públicas para fomentar este tipo de desarrollo. Él actualmente preside el comité, es director del Centro para el Desarrollo Sostenible de la Universidad de Columbia y también preside la Red de Soluciones de Desarrollo Sustentable de las Naciones Unidas. Para no quitarle tiempo a la presentación del profesor, lo dejo en presencia de todos ustedes para su presentación. Posteriormente le haré yo algunas preguntas en una sesión de 15 minutos al cierre de su presentación. Profesor, si nos hace el favor de iniciar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a usted, Enrique, y muchas gracias a AMAFORE para la invitación de estar con ustedes. Es un gran honor para mí, pero mi español no es tan bueno. Voy a hablar en inglés, perdóname, pero entiendo español, más o menos. Thank you so much for the chance to be with you on an important day. In fact, important because of this online summit Also important because UN Secretary General Guterres just this morning gave an important address exactly on the theme of our discussion. Because Secretary General Antonio Guterres, speaking at Columbia University, in fact, spoke about the agenda for the year 2021. Of course, our first agenda is to end the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're hoping that with improved public health measures and new vaccines coming online, 2021 will be the end of this terrible scourge. And I do wish Mexico all success, and I hope that everybody is staying safe. It is a dangerous disease, and we need to bring it under control. But Secretary General spoke about the diplomatic and financial agenda for 2021 as well. How to recover from COVID, how to build but they will disserve the entire world by creating massive environmental damage. I'd like to share my screen with you to talk about this diplomatic and substantive investment challenge. And then, as Enrique said, we will come back for questions in about 30 minutes. So I will turn to this presentation, if I might, and the Sustainable Development Challenge and ESG investing, environment, social, and governance investing for the pension industry. And again, thanks to AMAFORE for the opportunity to do so. So building back better from COVID-19 means investing to achieve global objectives. And we have three major global objectives that I want you to keep in mind. First are the Sustainable Development Goals, or los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. The Sustainable Development Goals are 17 goals adopted by every nation in the world in September 2015. They are a guidepost for investment and output. Then we have the Paris Climate Agreement. This is the global agreement also reached in December 2015 to head off climate disaster. The main goal of the Paris Climate Agreement is to keep global warming to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are already at 1.2 degrees Celsius. This year will be the probably the third warmest year in history. This past decade, from 2010 until now, has been the warmest decade in human history by far, the warmest on the planet in 10,000 years, most likely. The third goal we have is to protect biological diversity. And in Mexico and in the United States and in the Amazon basin and other parts of the world, biodiversity is being destroyed by human activity, by deforestation, by the destruction of wetlands, by the pollution of the oceans, by the overfishing of our fisheries, multiple assaults on other species, driving them towards extinction. And so the world has agreed diplomatically, but not practically, but diplomatically, to achieve sustainable development, which means fair, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable growth. It's agreed on that. It is agreed to stop warming from reaching 1.5 degrees C. It has agreed to stop the destruction of biodiversity, but it has not succeeded in turning high-level commitments into actual investments to accomplish this. And that's where ESG investing, of course, is so crucial. When you talk about los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, they are a framework of action for every government. And the Mexican government should be using these goals to orient the policies of the coming decade. The goals include ending poverty, ending hunger, assuring healthcare coverage for all, assuring quality education for every child, and protecting the environment. Major challenges. And SDG 10, number 10, which you can see in purple here, calls for reducing inequality. I mention this because the United States and Mexico are two of the most unequal societies in the world, the highest gaps of income and wealth. So we have a major responsibility to reduce the inequalities, especially ensuring that the poor people and parts of our nations are able to improve material conditions, and our public policies should be geared towards that. When it comes to the Paris Climate Agreement, the second big objective that I mentioned, the essential point is that we have to stop the emissions of the greenhouse gases. The greenhouse gases, of course, are the gases caused by human activity that warm the planet. The most important of these is carbon dioxide, which is mainly released by burning coal, oil, and natural gas, but also released by deforestation, which releases the carbon dioxide in the vegetation, in the trees, and in the rest of the vegetation when deforestation occurs. Currently, the world is emitting 40 billion tons of carbon dioxide worldwide each year. The graph that I'm showing here is a picture of what we need to do to reduce that path of emissions from 40 billion tons today to 0 at the middle of the century. This is why Secretary General Guterres emphasized the core objective for 2021 is for every country, that means Mexico, it means the United States under President Biden, and it means the rest of the world committing to reach net zero emissions by 2050. What does it mean to reach net zero emissions? It means, most importantly, to convert from coal, oil, and natural gas to wind, solar power, and hydroelectric power, zero carbon energy sources, to shift from fossil fuel to renewable energy, and to do that within a 30-year period, and to shift our energy using sectors like automobiles from internal combustion engines to electrification using the zero carbon power generated by wind and solar. Fortunately, Mexico is filled with renewable energy. You have the deserts in the north that can completely power the whole country. You have, of course, massive wind resources, especially offshore in the Caribbean, in the Atlantic coast. Tapped. The good news is Mexico and the United States have all the zero carbon renewable energy needed. The bad news is that Mexico and the United States remain until today overwhelmingly fossil fuel based economies. And the most important shift needed to keep the planet from reaching 1.5 degrees C or higher, global warming, is to shift to zero carbon energy. There's also the challenge, the third challenge I mentioned, of conserving biodiversity. And the main destroyer of biodiversity is deforestation. You can see Brazil, for example, bright red, where the Amazon basin is in intensive destruction. And you can see in the Asia Pacific region, the islands of the Indonesian archipelago, also bright red, because there is massive deforestation taking place in the Indonesian islands to tear down the rainforest and replace it by palm oil. But that results in a mass loss of biodiversity. And you can see that Mexico is also suffering massive deforestation as forests are chopped down for avocado plantations, for example, and for other croplands that are encroaching on the forests. This not only releases carbon dioxide, but it destroys nature, and it threatens all of us through destruction of natural processes that protect us from storms, from rising sea levels, from disease, that give productivity to our crops. And all of this is under threat by the misuse of nature. In 2021, there is a packed diplomatic agenda. And I want to mention 4 major conferences to you. First is the Paris Climate Agreement Conference +5. Remember, the Paris Climate Agreement was reached in December 2015. We are 5 years later because we don't count COVID year. So this year's conference was postponed until November 2021 in Scotland. And this is the time that Mexico and the United States and Europe and others have to commit to net zero emissions by 2050. There will be in April in Lisbon, Portugal, a world conference on oceans to stop the overfishing, to stop the destruction of the coastlines, to stop the massive plastics pollution of the oceans. And this is also core to biodiversity, especially, of course, the marine biodiversity. Then there will be in May a very important conference on the Global Convention on Biological Diversity, which needs to put in place comprehensive protection against the deforestation and pollution which is causing the collapse of biodiversity. Finally, in September at the United Nations headquarters next fall, there will be a World Food Systems Summit. Why food systems? Because we face not only a biodiversity crisis and a climate change crisis, but a food crisis. The food is not produced in a sustainable manner, nor is it consumed in a sustainable manner. We have obesity epidemics in Mexico and the United States, two of the highest obesity countries in the world because of unhealthy diets. We have many hungry people, and we have a agricultural production system which is itself both vulnerable to the environmental damage, but also causing environmental damage. And that's why the World Food System is on the agenda. Now, these 4 conferences are very important diplomatically, but they're very important for you as investors because they will shape the future investment environment. And I want to emphasize the world will be different going forward in 2021. For one reason, it has to be. The current situation is disastrous and dangerous. The second is the United States wisely, thank God, voted Donald Trump out of office. The worst president we've ever had in American history, who was completely against this agenda and was creating huge damage, but maybe giving bad ideas to investors also, because he was saying, well, climate change, it'll go away, just like he said about the virus. He was scientifically ignorant or deliberately anti-scientific. And he did a lot of damage, pulling the United States out of the Paris Climate Agreement, for example. But President-elect Biden is a strong proponent of this agenda. This will change life for Mexico because there will be a US president who will be committing the United States make a big difference for President Lopez Obrador. It's going to make a big difference for Mexico's policies and diplomacy. It's going to make a big difference for the economy of North America. So this is relevant not only because it's global agreement, but because the United States on January 20th, for the first time in 4 years, is going to be signing on to this agreement, and it will change life in North. Now, many countries have already pledged to reach net zero carbon by 2050 or a little bit later. China recently pledged to reach net zero by 2060. The European Union by 2050, that's 27 countries. Then the other countries that I list here, such as the United Kingdom, Switzerland, South Africa, South Korea, Japan, have all committed to reach net zero carbon by 2050. And lo and behold, on January 20th, 2021, the United States is going to make the same commitment because the Biden-Harris plan, first point, calls for ensuring that the U.S. achieves 100% clean energy economy and reaches net zero emissions no later than 2050. So life is going to change on January 20th, 2021, because we're going to go in a different direction, the direction that we have to go in. And I want to emphasize that Europe has also adopted what they call the European Green Deal. And the European Green Deal is a big deal. It commits Europe to net zero carbon by 2050. It commits Europe to environmentally sustainable food production. It commits Europe to a circular economy of drastically reducing pollution. And it, by the way, commits Europe to putting on border taxes against imports produced by high fossil fuel intensive processes. So Mexico or the United States will not be able to export to Europe in the future using fossil fuel energy-based production systems without paying a tariff as a result of this. And that is going to leave any heavy fossil fuel based economy in a loss of the European market. So the US will be on side, Europe will be on side. China has announced the same process. Japan has announced the same process. Korea has announced a Korean New Deal that I think is very interesting, because I think that in a lot of ways, Mexico can learn a lot also from the Korean experience. In Korea's New Deal, it's based on two pillars. One is green energy, wind, solar, hydro, and the other is digital, universal use of high-speed broadband. Korea will become probably the first 5G economy in the world in broadband use, universal access to 5G services. And this will be a major competitive advantage for Korea. It's a major plank of what it means to build green now, digital and renewables. And that should be the national strategy going forward. This is a very complicated picture, and I'm not going to go through it at length, but I want to tell you about it because I want Mexico to do the same thing. This is a picture called a Sankey diagram of the US energy system on the top. And while you can't see it because it's too small a print, it shows that the US economy is based on coal, natural gas, and petroleum. And then this kind of diagram translates how those primary energy sources are used for the three downstream sectors: buildings, industry, and transport. The bottom half of this figure shows what the US should look like in the year 2050, according to a transformation to a net zero emitting economy. And what you can see in the graph, if you could see, I'm sorry, you need a microscope to see it, but if you could see the graph, you would see that by 2050, the US system is based on solar, wind, a little bit of uranium for nuclear, a little bit of remaining natural gas, some biomass. But basically, it's an economy largely driven by wind and solar energy and a little bit of biomass. And the downstream users are using this renewable energy because they will have electrified. So the core transformation for all of us in energy use will be that our cars will no longer use petroleum. They will be electric vehicles, Teslas or others. And this transformation is on its way. Another part of the transformation is connecting renewable energy across national borders. The reason is that with intermittent wind and solar power, it's important to have a large grid so that when the sun is behind clouds in one place, but sunny in another place, the sunny part can provide the energy for the cloudy part. Or where it's windy in one place, but low wind in another, you can also transmit the electrons from the intermittent high energy place to the low energy place. The larger the grid, the lower the storage costs that are needed, the more efficient is the system. We need to connect Mexican solar power with the United States economy, for example. I personally believe the Sonora Desert should provide a lot of solar power for the US Southwest and to connect into the US energy grid. But this will require North American cooperation on a low carbon energy storage. Mexico also could produce a lot of the sunshine that would be exported towards the south through Central America, or even through underwater cables to parts of the Caribbean. We need the engineering to work out what are the most effective, efficient, remunerative interconnections, but interconnection will definitely be part of a low carbon grid in the future. Well, this is another packed slide on the other set of issues that I talked about, the biodiversity issues, just to say that we need big changes for protecting biodiversity as well. You can't quite see it here, but the UN has identified 6 threats to biodiversity on land and sea: invasive species, use of pesticides and plastics, unsustainable harvesting, and climate change. So in order to protect biodiversity, we have to reduce the threats coming from each of those 6 areas. That is the diplomatic agenda that will be taken up in Kunming, China in May. So here come the role of the financial institutions, of the AFORES, of the pension assets globally, of the banks, and so forth. You will be financing the new low carbon economy. And to put it another way, for pension funds and insurance companies and banks that continue to put money into fossil fuel investments, you will lose money because those assets will be stranded. That's why it is so unwise for governments to be promoting more fossil fuels, because the result will be wasted spending. And rather than building up our fossil fuel industry in the US, we need to be investing in wind and solar. And for Mexico, rather than building up Pemex, Mexico needs to be building up SolarMex. All of the investments that President Lopez Obrador talks about of rebuilding Pemex, that makes no sense for the 2020s. It's in fact a pure waste of money, I'm afraid. What really needs the investment is the renewable energy agenda for Mexico, because that's where the future lies. The truth is, investing in hydrocarbons has been the single worst investment of any sector in the Standard & Poor's 500 in recent years, because there is no long-term global market for hydrocarbons. And for coal, of course, it's even worse, because the coal industry, I mean, it's better for the environment, but worse for coal, because the coal industry is essentially bankrupt. We will build no more coal-fired power plants. So I think the key for the financial institutions is to understand that sustainable investing is not just a nice thing to do. It's the only thing to do to earn a long-term return. And the pension industry is crucial for this. Globally, $32 trillion of assets under management. Central banks are going to play a big role, because central banks have already formed a network for greening the financial system that includes about 80 central banks around the world, including the Federal Reserve. And these central banks are going to be supervising the financial system to watch out for hidden risk in the form of stranded assets or investments in areas where climate change is going to lead infrastructure to be submerged or endangered by flooding or drought or rising sea levels. There's going to have to be a major role for national and multilateral development banks like the Inter-American Development Bank that will have a big role in financing the new green infrastructure. And the banking sector, which traditionally on Wall Street has been the main investor for fossil fuels, is going to have to stop pouring billions into fossil fuels because the regulators won't even let them do that in the future. So I think the main point that I would stress is that not only is it wise to shift to green investment, it's going to be required. Just as there are diplomatic initiatives of governments around the world, there is, as all of you know, a massive effort now to revamp the regulatory and reporting systems on businesses and financial institutions to align with climate safety. And I mentioned just some of the key initiatives here: the Global Reporting Initiative, the Carbon Disclosure Project, the Sustainable Accounting Standards Board, a new climate-related financial disclosures policy promoted by the Financial Stability Board. And this climate-related financial disclosures requirement was supported this morning by Secretary General Guterres, and so on. So my point is, this will be regulated in the years ahead by the central bank and by international reporting standards that will require the pension funds to disclose their climate risk and will require each of your portfolio companies that you're investing in also to disclose the climate risk. This graph, which I don't have time to elaborate, spells out what the central banks are doing, the main central banks, including the Banco de Mexico, on what kind of measures are either already adopted or under consideration to address climate risk. For example, stress tests, disclosure requirements, green incentives for green bonds, reporting standards, monetary policy favoring low carbon bonds, the central bank's own portfolio of investments, the central bank's own greenhouse footprint, and the regulations for issuing green bonds. My point is the major central banks, this is the G20 central banks, and others are already on the case for regulation, and more is to come. And this graph summarizes the disclosure requirements on climate risk that the very influential Financial Stability Board is recommending. Finally, let me say what is really urgently needed for your investments, for the members of AMAFORE, for the Afores who are investing in Mexico's future. Most importantly, you need a national framework of action, because Mexico does not have a green recovery plan right now. The United States will have one on January 20th, 2021. Europe has its European Green Deal. Korea has its Korean Green Deal. Mexico is going to need a green plan. The president has wanted to promote the recovery of the oil sector. It's the wrong strategy. Mexico will produce oil for some time for sure, but oil will be phased out in the world. What will be phased in is digital and renewables. And those are the two pillars for long-term competitiveness and for economic growth. They're also the pillars to achieve the social goals of sustainable development, because in order to have everyone with access to healthcare or to education and so on, having a digital green economy to the benefit of everybody will be crucial for achieving those social objectives as well as the economic objectives. So I think all of your work is going to be tremendously enhanced when the government of Mexico makes clear that it has a plan to reach net zero by 2050, that it has a plan to stabilize and protect the biodiversity in Mexico, which is outstanding in such a beautiful country. And with that plan, this will come the opportunities for private investment and for the pension savings to invest in new asset classes, especially green infrastructure, that will be at the foundation of Mexico's future sustainable development. So those are the basic thoughts I wanted to share. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to be together with you. And I return to you, Enrique.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs. Professor Sachs and myself have agreed to do it in Spanglish because Professor understands Spanish and I understand English. So thank you very much for your presentation. It is very illustrative about the challenges that we face in the future to reduce or avoid the increase of the temperature of the world for 2050. I will connect my questions with the financial system and the pension system in particular, because this is our conferences in that regard. So I would like to ask you more specifically, what must be the role of pension funds and AMAFORE in specific at assessing climate change risk? How do you recommend us to organize ourselves to try to promote a more cleaner environment?
Muy bien. I think the key, in my opinion, and I was very happy to hear the emphasis of Secretary General Guterres this morning when he spoke at the Columbia University. The key is to start with the mindset that we must have a deep energy transformation. And with that mindset, that will guide investment decisions. I should mention, why is it so important to keep the global warming below 1.5 degrees? And I think that there are two parts to that. One is that the scientists very much worry that if we reach above 1.5 degrees, we will set off cycles of reinforcing warming that will amplify the warming maybe to 3 or 4 or 5 degrees, which would be completely devastating for our crops, our health, our safety. So the risk of reaching a threshold that then triggers a huge increase afterwards is very real. And there are many reasons for those feedback cycles. But when you warm to a certain degree, then you change the surface patterns of the earth, you change the reflectance of the earth, you release carbon dioxide from the permafrost, and you change the ocean circulation, all of which greatly endanger further warming. The second reason that is very dramatic is that it's feared by the scientists that we're already at a temperature warm enough or very slight increase that will lead to the collapse of the ice sheets of Antarctica and of Greenland, which would mean a many meters rise of sea levels, which would be devastating for humanity because we have built up our world economy on the coasts, and we would have dislocation of billions of people and of the core economies of the world with a sea level rise of a few meters. But that's absolutely possible at the rate that we are going. I have colleagues at Columbia University who study the ice sheet, and they tell me how absolutely dangerous this situation is. So these are the reasons why the scientists are saying, please stop, no more than 1.5 degrees. It's even too dangerous. And we have to come down, cool from where we are, they say. And in order to reach 1.5 degrees, if you look at the climate processes, that requires the kind of decarbonization by mid-century that I'm talking about. Even that doesn't ensure that we stay below 1.5 degrees. It may be too late, but we need at least by the middle of the century to decarbonize. So what's a problem is when our governments don't recognize the reality. And they say, well, we want to keep investing in oil. We want to keep investing in fossil fuels. And what do? Because if a president says go this way, but you know you have to go the other way, investors are, my God, this is impossible. There's no way to plan this future. And that's why, to my mind, it is so important for the health of an economy and for the health of a portfolio for the government to be pointing in the reasonable direction. But it's not easy for our governments, and they require a kind of planning that is especially hard for them, thinking ahead, not just 1 year or 2 years, but thinking ahead 30 years. And this is the first point that I am making every day to the new Biden team. You must plan for mid-century, not just for the year 2024 when the next presidential election will be. And this is a major point. Today, I have in an article in the Project Syndicate, which people can look up, some of the discussion of how to govern a longer-term transformation.
Thank you, Professor. If you don't mind, I will switch into Spanish in order to make a better question. I hope you understand.
Sí.
Me gustaría que nos platicara si en su opinión el sector financiero en lo general, inversionistas institucionales, bancos, aseguradoras, somos capaces de forzar esa transformación de la inversión en combustibles fósiles a combustibles limpios, si nos organizamos bien. ¿Cuál es su visión? Y segundo, ¿hay suficiente dinero disponible para lograr esta transformación de combustibles fósiles a combustibles limpios en el mundo?
Sí. So I'll start with the second part. Do we have enough financing? Very interestingly, it does not require more aggregate financing to go the clean route versus the fossil fuel route.
Sorry to interrupt, because I would like to add to my question.
Oh, sí.
It is profitable to invest in clean energy?
Yeah.
It is important, yeah.
Muy importante. So first, if you look at the transformation to net zero by mid-century, the cost of doing that is not much higher and not even necessarily higher than the cost of investing in the fossil fuel route. Both require several percent of national income every year because we spend a lot of money investing in energy. So it's not cheap to invest in energy, but it's not so much more expensive to invest in clean energy than dirty energy. It depends. Some places already, even without any public policy, are finding that it's cheaper to buy solar or wind than it is to buy coal-fired or gas-fired electricity. This is happening purely on market forces, especially in places with great sunshine or with proximity to population centers. Many businesses, some of the leading businesses say in the United States, Amazon, Google, and so forth, are also pledged only to buy green electricity. So a lot of power plants are being built, solar fields or wind fields, to cater to those large customers, because the customers have said, we don't want to buy any brown electricity, only green electricity. And so that's a second consideration. But in general, it will be much better if the governments also add in clear incentives and goals. I believe that any country should say, by the year 2030 or 2035, you cannot buy internal combustion engines anymore, only electric vehicles. Many countries are already adopting that. And I expect that there will be an electricity standard in the United States, nationwide, like there is in New York State and in California, that all new investments are aiming to reach net zero by regulation. So in New York State, by law, as of 2040, electricity has to be net zero carbon. In California, it's 2045. And there are about 20 states so far that have that legal limit, but with Biden, it will be a nationwide limit in my expectation. So regulation, carbon pricing, and market forces all point in the same direction, which is that in the right framework, it will be the only profitable thing to do. But I would say even now, if you look at a balance sheet as an analyst and you say this gas-fired plant makes sense or this coal plant makes sense because it's cheaper, just wait. Think ahead 5 years or 10 years, maybe the regulators are going to force that plant to close down when they finally come to the reality of the situation. So the asset will be lost, the investment will be lost. That's what the investors have to think about.
So that is a good news, because it is profitable to invest in sustainable development. And it will be very risky to invest in brown assets, as you have said recently. In Spanish.
Sí.
To close with a positive message, please.
Yes.
Do you think we have enough time? We are going to win this battle? Or do you think we are way behind the curve and we have to move too much faster in order to reach the goals that you have mentioned?
The answer is ambos. We're way behind the curve, but we still have enough time, just barely. And I was very worried if Trump would get reelected. This would have been a disaster for the United States and the world. But he lost. And interestingly, Biden campaigned very clearly on climate change. And Trump thought, I'm going to win because I'm going to go to the coal states and I'm going to go to the oil states, and that's where I'm going to win the election. But the American people are smarter than that. And they voted a significant majority for Biden because they understand also that we really need to change. And so this is where it's extremely important to have a national strategy right now. And what I would, as I mentioned in my last slide, given the fact that Europe has done this, China has done it, Japan has done it, Korea has done it, the US is about to do it, I think it's really important for Mexico to make a plan now, to make a scenario to get to 2050. Because first of all, Mexico has wonderful resources to do it. Second, it will create new pathways of growth. Third, it's going to be required in the North American market. I'm sure of it. I don't know when, but it's going to become part of our North American market strategy, especially with Biden in place. The Secretary General is going to be knocking on the door of the government of Mexico, surely, like he is all over the world, saying, where's your plan for 2050? Because when we come to Scotland in November, you need to announce that plan. And I think with that plan, the investors will then be able to say, now we have a path forward. And I would guess that the Banco de Mexico is also going to be knocking on the doors of the banks and the Afores and saying, you have to demonstrate that you are climate resilient in your portfolios. This will also be one of the reasons for all of us to sit up and take note.
Thank you, Professor. I think we are short of time, but I would like to ask a final question in Spanish because it is a little bit complicated for me to say it in English. ¿Qué opina acerca de la compensación que los países desarrollados pudieran hacer a los países en desarrollo a cambio de no deforestar las vastas zonas que hay en Brasil, por ejemplo, y en México todavía?
Sí.
¿Qué cree que se puede hacer para que compensemos a Brasil por no explotar el Amazonas, por ejemplo? Y ese tipo de arreglos entre países desarrollados y países en desarrollo para lograr un mejor arreglo global.
Perfect question. Because we need new financial instruments. The rich countries have promised to help the developing countries and the middle income countries. If Mexico or Brazil protects vital biodiversity, that's for the whole world. And the whole world should help to finance that. And there have been some useful experiments like the Amazon Fund that Norway created together with Germany. But then Bolsonaro said, I don't want to have foreigners meddling. And so Bolsonaro actually, rather than strengthening that initiative, weakened it. But I think that if the governments of Mexico and Brazil and others say, look, we are part of the solution, but we also need to have financing to help do it, there will be a mobilization for that. Not simple, but absolutely feasible. And this is where I would say diplomacy should really be done, not to resist the direction we need to go, but to insist that it should be a transición justo for everybody and a shared transition. And I think it's feasible, and I want to help get that done.
Excellent. So thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation and your insights. I am very glad to conduct this Q&A session. But Alvaro, I don't know if we are on time, if we have more time to make questions. We are at your disposal to talk.
Thank you, Enrique. Maybe we'll have one more question if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go with the last question. Let me tell you what we are doing in Mexico in order to coordinate our efforts in the financial or institutional investors to promote all the issuers of debt and IPOs in the Mexican market to promote the disclosure of their plans to decarbonize their activities. So we can form a group of all the institutional investors in Mexico to promote the disclosure of that. And I don't know if you can talk a little about the importance of the institutional investor coordinating to the issuers in the market a common effort to reduce emissions to the ambient.
Perfect. Well, I think this is extremely important because, as you know well, there is not only our need to do this, but a hunger among many asset managers for holding green securities and green bonds in particular. So a lot of the new infrastructure will be bond financed, and those bonds will be certified as green bonds, and the certification depends on the standard you mentioned, in my opinion, which is that it is in conformity with reaching net zero by 2050. Yeah. And so putting together a set of disclosure standards and qualifying standards to be able to be called a sustainable bond or a green bond will be a very important help for every class of investor, including the Afores, but also the banks and household buyers of bonds as well. So this is something that I think also will have a global context to it, because the green bond industry is burgeoning, and the World Bank, together with the central banks, are defining these criteria, and the work you're doing, I think, will fit in perfectly with that. But it's an extremely important initiative.
Perfecto, profesor. Pues muchísimas gracias por su presentación y por sus respuestas. Yo creo que con esta terminamos la sesión de hoy. Nuevamente, muchísimas gracias. Y Álvaro, Bernardo, quedamos en sus manos.
Muchas gracias a ustedes.
Muy bien.
Me es muy grato saludarles por este medio, a nombre y en representación de la Confederación Regional Obrera Mexicana, una de las centrales de trabajadores más longevas de este país. Hoy, con motivo del 23º aniversario de AMAFORE, quiero expresar nuestro reconocimiento al trabajo que han desarrollado a lo largo de 23 años para impulsar el sistema del ahorro en México. Todas las centrales y los empleadores estamos conscientes del trabajo que han desarrollado de una manera eficiente, de una manera oportuna, de una manera eficaz. Por esa razón, nos sumamos a través de este medio a esa felicitación y estaremos pues también muy al pendiente, muy atentos de la iniciativa que enviara el Ejecutivo Federal el 25 de septiembre del presente año a la Cámara de Diputados para transformar nuestro sistema de pensiones. Es muy importante que el sistema de pensiones funcione, se fortalezca y de alguna manera de esta forma pueda entregar pensiones más decorosas a la clase trabajadora. El sistema que hoy tenemos pues me parece que se está agotando y necesitamos modificar este sistema para poder mantener las pensiones de los trabajadores en un nivel que satisfagan las medianas necesidades de todos ellos. El sistema actual, de acuerdo con estudios actuariales, ya no permitiría que muchos trabajadores puedan tener el 100% de su pensión, sino solamente alcanzarían tal vez un 30%, un 35%, cuando más. Pero la mayor parte estaría solamente sujeta a una pensión mínimamente garantizada. Por tal razón, es muy importante que los empleadores, los trabajadores, el gobierno federal e indudablemente las AFORE tengan que participar en esta transformación del sistema nuevo del régimen de pensiones. Y también con un sistema que sea nacional, vinculado, para que las aportaciones tengan un gran reconocimiento y la portabilidad pueda pasar de un sistema a otro sin que se afecte la clase trabajadora. Por eso, vuelvo a repetir, mi felicitación, mi reconocimiento a la AMAFORE y por este conducto, un saludo a su director. Muchas gracias.
Sí, claro. Es romántico pensar que el dinero crece en los árboles. Incluso para algunos, hacer dinero puede ser algo fácil. El dinero es la recompensa de nuestro trabajo, de nuestro esfuerzo. Y nosotros debemos pensar muy bien en qué lo invertimos. Y por eso queremos contarles que para ahorrar e invertir, tu Afore es una buena opción. Y es que no solo ahorrarlo e invertirlo nos ayuda a prever lo que se pueda ofrecer en el futuro, sino que nos permite usar ese dinero en lo verdaderamente importante y de una forma inteligente, planeada, evitando esos gastos arrebatados. Que sí, seamos sinceros, estrenar y gastar se siente increíble. Pero también lo es invertir el dinero desde el presente de una forma inteligente. Así que si seguimos recibiendo nuestro dinero, que es fruto de nuestro trabajo y esfuerzo, lo mejor sería saber administrarlo adecuadamente. No es privarnos de los caprichos o gustos, sino saber cómo y cuándo invertir en ellos y seguir trabajando para que el Afore nos ayude a ahorrar y nos motive a hacerlo. Porque la vida es para trabajar y gozarla, sí, pero la realidad es que el dinero no llegará para siempre o al ritmo al que lo gastamos. Que no te suceda cuando ya sea inevitable. Sí, lo sabemos, perderlo todo o dejar de tener para lo que necesitas y deseas. Pero no te mueras de vergüenza. Nunca es tarde para empezar a ahorrar en tu Afore. Y en este mensaje te lo queremos enseñar.
Caray, no me alcanza el cuaderno que traje para tomar nota, Erika. Me voy a llevar la grabación del evento para verla hoy en la noche otra vez. Es increíble ver que la forma en que se invierten nuestros ahorros puede ayudar a mejorar el planeta en tantos sentidos.
Así es, poniéndonos serios un poquito, creo que el tema del ahorro no involucra solamente a un sector especializado en el tema y ni mucho menos a expertos. Nos toca a todos, aunque seas futbolista, economista, financiero, matemático, premio Nobel o actriz, o actrices o actor. En algún momento, en algún punto de nuestra vida llegará el momento de que tenemos que hacernos a un lado y pensar en un plan B.
Yo quisiera agregar que también es un tema que no tiene por qué ser tabú, ni mucho menos algo que espante. Nos tenemos que poner las pilas desde chavos y ahorrar desde que nos empieza a caer la lana, para que en un futuro podamos tener un ingreso. Habiéndolo dicho esto, hay que seguir con el programa, que tenemos mucho más.
Así es, no se despegue, todavía tenemos pendiente una maravillosa plática que nos dará alguien muy importante. El Premio Nobel de Economía 2019, Esther Duflo. Imagínense, es todo un orgullo poder presentar lo que tiene que decir una figura de esta estatura. Nos hablará del ahorro para el retiro como un aliado para reducir la pobreza. Además vamos a tener una plática de finanzas personales. Yo ya me estoy emocionando, ya me lo estoy saboreando, ya la quiero ver.
De momento nos toca presenciar el panel. La responsabilidad se ha vuelto rentable. Inversiones ESG, no se olviden de que seguirnos en las redes sociales como Afore MX. Al momento llevamos más de 10,000 espectadores, Erika.
Así que todavía falta un rato para que nos acompañen.
Diez, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Adelante, panel.
Hi, how's everyone? We're very happy to be here in this panel after a very interesting presentation by Professor Jeffrey Sachs. We get into the responsible investment panel. when we think of investing retirement funds, the only term we can think about is the long term. And the longer the term we think about, the higher the uncertainties we can perceive. The only two certainties that we have in the long term is that we will be dead and that we will be paying taxes. No, that's something that was said by Benjamin Franklin. Given all these uncertainties, minimizing some of them by being capable of choosing sustainable projects in the long term is what long-term investors should look after. The discussion around considering other things than financial returns when deciding where to invest are not new. In the 50s and 60s, some unions decided to focus their investments on social investments, to have an impact on their workers. Now, afterwards, in the 70s, there was disinvestment for ethical reasons. At the same time, there was some arguing that if we considered those elements, we were not going to be able to maximize financial returns. There would be an effect against performance. Early in this century, both supply side and demand side agreed on what they were looking for. Demand side looking to have an impact, supply side providing instruments that will allow for that to happen. In the last 20 years, a lot has happened, and today the investment community mostly agrees that ESG factors, environmental, social, and corporate governance, something broader than what we listened before that was only the environment, as considerations in the investment analysis is inevitable. And ESG, as we know it, has become less a question of philanthropy and more a practical issue. In this panel, we will discuss the incorporation of ESG criteria in the investment decision-making process and how by doing this, we can have an impact in many aspects of our lives. And we, as pension funds, also can benefit workers whose resources for retirement we administer. This is what we were going to be discussing in the next 40 minutes with three speakers as they were presented: Susana Penarrubia from Dutch Asset Management, Elodie Logel from Amundi, and Juan Luis from JP Morgan. So please, Susana, let's start with you with a brief presentation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Juan Manuel, por tu introducción. Yo creo que me voy a centrar sobre todo en varios temas que ya has hablado ahora mismo, como qué es esa ESG, cómo ha sido la evolución a lo largo del tiempo y luego al final ver por qué hoy se ha adoptado como un estándar más dentro de la industria del asset management. Quizás para empezar con un par de ejemplos, yo creo que cuando uno habla de ESG, pues hay muchísimas personas que se preguntan qué quieres decir exactamente con eso. Sí, que es un tema medioambiental, que es un tema social, que es un tema de gobernanza. Yo siempre creo que la manera más fácil de enfrentarnos a este tipo de cosas y mirarlas de una manera práctica es ver ejemplos de cosas que han pasado ya en este mundo en determinadas compañías y ver qué impacto ha tenido eso en estas tres áreas, en el área de gobernanza medioambiental y social, pero también, por supuesto, en cómo han reaccionado las acciones de esas empresas en el mercado, que al final es lo que también les interesa a los inversores. Entonces, si empezamos simplemente con un ejemplo que yo creo que lo conoce casi todo el mundo, y fue el accidente que vimos de British Petroleum hace unos años en Macondo, pues al final todos sabemos que tuvo un impacto por una negligencia de la empresa a nivel de fallos de seguridad en la plataforma que tenían de extracción de crudo. Al final lo que vimos ahí es que el impacto le costó la vida a muchos empleados y a muchos otros se quedaron realmente pues, muy dañados por estos temas. A nivel económico, pues tuvimos una de las multas o la multa más grande de la historia de los Estados Unidos que tuvo que pagar BP y además una serie de vertidos que tuvieron un impacto medioambiental negativo, aparte del que hemos hablado de un punto de vista social. ¿Qué otro tema ya podría ser importante? La responsabilidad de un producto. Si nosotros como consumidores compramos un producto de cualquier empresa, lo que está claro es que no queremos morirnos ni tener un problema de salud por estar consumiendo ese producto. Bueno, pues eso en su momento pasó con Parmalat, una empresa italiana que tuvieron un problema también con sus cifras y tuvieron algunos temas contables y se vieron que no podían pagar los bonos de vuelta, además de otra empresa también que se vio afectada porque su leche que estaba vendiendo para los bebés pues estaba contaminada y le costó la vida a 6 bebés, enfermaron otros 300.000 y bueno, unos 54.000 se quedaron con secuelas para toda su vida. Entonces yo creo que hay que ir mirando estos diferentes aspectos, qué es lo que está pasando porque las empresas falsifican datos contables, qué es lo que está pasando porque uno no tiene cuidado con la seguridad de su producto o como hemos visto en el accidente de BP, esa generación de problemas de sanidad. Bueno, yo creo que todos estos temas es lo que definen realmente la E, la S y la G, es cómo se están comportando las empresas y hoy por hoy este tipo de información cada vez se está integrando más dentro del mundo de la inversión. Entonces, en ese análisis de las inversiones, lo que nos interesa al final es ver qué impacto tienen todos estos temas en la posición, en el modelo de negocio de la empresa y en su posición competitiva. Y, por lo tanto, al final, en la valoración que hacemos de esas empresas a la hora de querer invertir en ellas. Como tú bien has comentado, la definición de inversión responsable ha tenido una evolución muy diferente a lo largo de los años. Yo creo que para el inversor final, al final lo que quiere saber es si yo me decido por invertir de una manera sostenible o responsable, ¿qué significa eso para mí? Y yo creo que es importante entender que la definición no es única, como tú bien ya has apuntado, sino que es múltiple y que además ha estado evolucionando a lo largo de los años. Entonces, dentro de esas definiciones hemos visto más enfoque o menos enfoque en fijarse en los riesgos que tenemos a través de esta integración o en el punto de las oportunidades o simplemente decir, oye, yo quiero invertir de una manera temática, pero en aquellos temas que son sostenibles. Pues bien, toda esta evolución también ha llevado a inversiones de impacto, en el que uno dice, yo quiero tener un impacto real y al mismo tiempo tener una rentabilidad financiera. Y luego, pues quizás una de las primeras formas que siguen existiendo, pero que no están en el foco ahora mismo de esa inversión responsable, es la parte filantrópica, que como sabéis, normalmente su objetivo fundamental es tener un impacto y menos tener ese impacto financiero. Bueno, pues hace tiempo sí que me hacían con frecuencia las preguntas de, oye, pero estos productos tienen éxito, se están demandando. Yo la respuesta que me gustaría dar hoy es que claramente sí, hemos visto una evolución durante los últimos años, tanto en los inversores institucionales, organizaciones, fundaciones, etcétera, pero también en los inversores privados. Y de hecho se ve que en el número de activos que se consideran inversiones responsables ha crecido un montón durante los últimos años. Solo como una manera de referencia, hace apenas 2 o 3 años ya estábamos por más de 22 trillones de dólares, en el que bueno, la mayor parte estaba en Europa con un 53% y un 38% en los Estados Unidos. Bueno, yo creo, me atrevería a decir que esto realmente es solo el comienzo. Yo creo que vamos a continuar viendo un gran crecimiento durante los últimos años y al final la única pregunta que se tiene que plantear el inversor final es qué tipo de cosas quiere alcanzar con esa inversión e intentar encontrar el producto adecuado para ello. Hay una serie de impulsores que yo creo que van a continuar el crecimiento de esta tendencia. La primera, tú comentabas bien el tema del beneficio financiero. Yo creo que ha habido suficientes estudios. Nosotros participamos en uno que ha cogido más de 3.700 estudios desde el año 1970 al 2014 y ahí las conclusiones a las que llegaban era que aquellas empresas que tienen un buen comportamiento con respecto al medio ambiente y a la sociedad, pues en el 90% de los casos tenían un impacto positivo en su performance o neutral. Y bueno, lo que nos tenemos que plantear es si esto tiene un impacto positivo en los retornos, ¿cómo no se va a tener en cuenta en la inversión? Entonces, ya es parte de nuestra responsabilidad fiduciaria. En Europa, por definición, ya casi por el regulador, es que es parte de esa obligación fiduciaria y, por lo tanto, estamos esperando que esto esté ahí ya para quedarse como un requerimiento mínimo dentro de cualquier inversión. Adicionalmente, vemos ese incremento en la concienciación social, en la que se está dando más y más importancia a todos estos temas y, como yo decía, pues hay muchísimos inversores privados que se están planteando no solo como consumidor, sino también como inversor, llegar y determinar, bueno, qué es lo que pueden seguir consiguiendo invirtiendo en este tipo de temas. Y bueno, yo creo que al final esto es lo que va a determinar que siga habiendo mucha demanda en este tipo de productos y que esté apoyando además el rendimiento. Y bueno, al final es la responsabilidad de cada uno, por supuesto, tener una rentabilidad para sus ahorros, pero por otro lado también decir cómo quiero contribuir, quiero tener también un impacto real en cambiar la manera de comportarse esas empresas, sí o no. En este caso concreto, el tema del engagement, que es esa relación con la empresa, también se ha potenciado mucho durante los últimos años y, como bien os decía, bueno, pues yo creo que esto va a continuar y está aquí para, bueno, pues para quedarse realmente. Y con esto yo creo que, bueno, ya os he dado una buena introducción del tema, luego ya discutiremos en las preguntas. Gracias.
Thank you, Susana, for the message, and thank you for the punctuality with the 8 minutes for the first participation. Elodie, it's your turn.
Thank you, and happy to be there. I think for me, what is important to have in mind and to stress probably today is the fact that the responsible investment landscape, so the investment according to ESG criteria, is evolving very, very rapidly today. And it's true that when it comes to integrate ESG criteria into your investment decision, there is definitely not a one-size-fits-all approach. And we can see on the market very different ways of considering that ESG dimension, which is very related actually to the drivers that brings you to consider that ESG. As you mentioned, is it because of values consideration about fiduciary duties, some sort of responsibility, or because you do recognize that those dimension is having an impact on the financial development of the corporate company. Depending on those drivers, actually you have different solution available and approach available today that could be completely combined. So I will briefly, I would say, state and describe you the different approach in order then to also develop on the dynamic, because we can definitely see some sort of change right now on the investment behaviors of the client. If we look a little bit at the type of approach regarding the ESG, the first one is the one related to what we call the exclusion. It's very much driven by some sort of values consideration or responsibility consideration. This is actually an approach where you define a segment that for you don't want to do any compromise. It's a forbidden zone, and it's either because and it's exclusion of company that you exclude because they do not meet any widely accepted agreements or on a certain sectors like tobacco, weapons, or things like that. Beyond this exclusion sector, I would say, I mean, it's business as usual, and you are applying a traditional investment decision process. So this is the first category. The second category of approach is what we call the best in class, where here you try to send a signal, I would say, to the corporate company and to the economic system by investing more in company having best practice as far as ESG are concerned, and investing less in company having a bad profile. The more and the less of investing is really this is a degree you can calibrate and the intensity that you can define. And what it implies actually that it requires that you have an assessment of all those companies and that you are capable to rank them, usually within a sectors, to evaluate them according to their practice on the E, the S, and the G. And really, that will shape your investment. That will be the main factors. The third category is far more, I would say, focus on a specific topic. It's used to be named, there are several names, but what we call the sustainability theme. And here it's a more kind of a positive screening where you define, I mean, you want to focus on a specific sustainability topic like the climate change, the energy transition, the income inequality, social cohesion, or else this type of things. And actually you will invest in order to guide your the private capital actually to the financing needs to tackle and mitigate this specific topic. So it's very much focused on a specific thematics. And you have a fourth category, which is pretty much in the same angle, which is what we call the impact. But here, I would say beyond, I would say directing your capital to a specific specific needs, actually you want more, and you intend to have very practical and tangible outcome. The number of job creation, the magnitude of carbon intensity, that type of thing. So it's focus on a very tangible, I would say, outcome, not related to the financial usual measurements. The final one, the two last one actually, the first one is the integration, what we call the integration. And here, as it has been mentioned, I guess, even if I'm not speaking completely Spanish, is that you integrate ESG because you do recognize that this extra financial dimension is impacting the development of the company from a financial perspective, so from a growth perspective, from a risk perspective. So if I'm taking the example of the climate, for instance, you can easily imagine that some company can face some physical risk because of hurricanes or this type of extreme event, but they are also running a transition risk because potentially on their sector, there will be some new regulation that will shape their sectors. For them, or they are not capable to adapt to this new regulation, and it is becoming a risk, as well as some growth opportunity are arising also from this. So the recognition of what we call this materiality of ESG criteria into the financial trajectory of a company is pushing more and more investors toward this ESG, what we call this ESG, the primary goal being really taking better decision, doing better investment case by also adding alongside the financial criteria, this extra financial criteria. The last dimension I will let develop by my colleagues, but it's really the engagement and voting. It's going one step further of investing. It's saying that I'm surely investing according to ESG, but I'm doing also a kind of active ownership by putting in place a dialogue with the company. It's very definitely long-term orientation where you try to influence and I would say support the corporate company going in the right direction to adopt those best practices. So this is a little bit the landscape, I would say, and I guess you've seen that depending on your drivers, depending on your own profile, and you may have a different approach to it, whatever the asset class is that works for a different market. What I could tell you on that front is that the market is evolving, the ESG preferences are evolving. We are coming from a world where it was a lot about exclusion and a lot about best in class. So investors were very much focused on the how. You know, I'm doing some exclusion, I'm overweighting or underweighting according to the ranking. Now we are moving into a market where investors are more and more looking for solutions that are outcome oriented, financially outcome oriented, and this is a recognition of this materiality. So integration, this is about engagement, and this is about this sustainability topic. So very much focus, and this is where we can see the growth that is there for the whole market, and it's 20% growth on the mutual fund side, for instance, since 2017. So it's a significant one, but with a preferred interest on that approaches that are really focusing on an outcome for both reasons. First, the growing awareness on the issue, and second, the growing recognition of this materiality for all, actually.
Thank you, Elodie. And now let's move with Juan Luis for the third presentation.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Juan Luis. I lead JP Morgan Asset Management's Sustainable Investing Solutions and Product Innovation for the Americas. I'm very happy to be here today, and I'd like to thank AMAFORE for having me and my panelists for a great overview of the sustainable investing landscape. In terms of my background, I've spent the last 10 years or so in sustainable finance. In the last 5 years of that, really leading the sustainable investing practice of a US-based pension fund. So I'm relatively new to JP Morgan Asset Management, joined about 6 months ago, and again, happy to be here. So in terms of what I'm going to speak about, my panelists gave a great overview of the landscape and the different types of products that we can create. And I think I will speak to you about, what are some of the key tools needed to implement all of these different types of products. Before I think we get into it, I want to define quickly just what sustainable investing and ESG integration means for us at JP Morgan Asset Management. As we said earlier, these words can mean different things to different people, and institutions. For us, we use sustainable investing as the broad term to capture all investment approaches that incorporate the consideration of environmental, social, and governance factors in the investment process. And when it comes to ESG integration, we believe that the integration of financially material ESG information in the investment process really helps us make better investment decisions, which in the long term translates to better risk-adjusted returns for our clients. And it's really for that reason that we have just completed a multi-year process of integrating ESG analysis across our entire actively managed platform, which means we have about 2 trillion of AUM that now considers the ESG factors in the investment process. And as Elodie was saying, we're now focused on going beyond ESG integration as much of the industry is to really focus on dedicated sustainable strategies that really span the full range of that product category. So there are many tools that we can use to invest more sustainably, but I think there are really 2 primary tools that cut across all the different types of sustainable products. And that is, ESG data and analysis, and 2, corporate engagement or investment stewardship. I think we'll start with data analysis. There's really 3 major trends that can help investors make better investment decisions today. One, there is better data transparency, which leads to more ESG out there than we've ever had before. Over 85% of companies in the S&P 500 now report on ESG issues, up from just 20% in 2011. And this data is by no means perfect, but we believe it can provide us with valuable information that we have to consider in our investment process. The second trend is technology development. We now have the ability to analyze tremendous data sets that historically we were not able to. Right? Artificial intelligence and machine learning technology has really increased our ability to scrape the internet and use a range of data sources to search for new and unique insights about how companies operate and how they treat the environment and surrounding communities and their own employees in order to produce the goods and services that drive the real economy. Lastly, there's increased investor focus on ESG-related risks. Where an increase in gun violence or data breaches or extreme weather events, to name a few, are really causing investors to increasingly realize that there is financial risk associated with these types of ESG events. And as such, it is our responsibility to make sure that we are analyzing them appropriately. Together, these trends really do mean that we have more data and a greater ability to analyze and extract value from this ESG information than ever before. And this information pertains to all companies and products, right? This includes traditional products that many of us might be more familiar with, but also those that are ESG focused and completely sustainable. What really changes is how we use that information in combination with the rest of the financial factors that we look at. You know, we can use ESG information as one additional input to a broader range of factors, or we can really focus on individual environmental and social metrics and use ESG performance to drive investment selection. It really depends on the investment goal and objective of the individual strategy and the type of product that you're trying to create. But regardless of that type of product, they will all use ESG metrics and KPIs to varying degrees, which requires staff, resources, and a real commitment from any institution. But data analysis is just one part of being a sustainable investor, as we said, and just one of the tools we have. Another critical component is speaking directly to company management on key ESG issues. For us, corporate engagement and proxy voting, it's not an afterthought, but very much an integral part of alpha generation. You know, often we find that different data providers will come to different conclusions about a company's ESG performance or characteristics. And because of this, we believe that looking at multiple data providers is key, but so is fundamental analysis of these factors to come to our own conclusion about a company's ability to successfully manage these ESG risks and or opportunities. And because of this, one element of this is speaking directly to companies to see to what extent are companies able to manage the risk that it faces. As active managers, we're able to incorporate this insight we gain from these conversations back into our investment process to drive additional value. So by engaging directly with companies, we are not only able to better understand the company and its ability to manage a wide set of risks, but we're also able to encourage better management of these risks themselves and the appropriate disclosure of those efforts. So we, like the rest of the sustainable investing community, are really focused on what's most material. So the ESG issues that are most material that companies are facing today. So these issues are diversity of staff and management, or executive compensation and cybersecurity and climate disclosure. You know, by collectively engaging with some of our peers on these issues, you know, on important initiatives like the Global Climate Action 100+ initiative, you know, we can really have a greater impact on improving company management of these issues, which not only benefits financial markets as a whole, but it's also critical for helping drive the transition to a more sustainable future. I think I'm up on time. So with that, I will pass it back to you, Juan.
Thank you, Juan Luis. I think we got a very good perspective from 3 different companies, 3 different investors that are engaged in ESG, in responsible investment, and we can now move forward to some questions. No, so I want to continue with you, Juan Luis. No, at the end, there are 3 dimensions that we have been discussing around, and under each of these dimensions, there are many elements. But if we need to raise which are the most important sustainability issues for ESG investment, what would you say?
So sustainable investing can be extremely nuanced. You know, it requires knowing, you know, which industry, you know, really knowing all different types of industries, and knowing exactly which environmental, social, or governance risks are relevant to a particular industry or company. So in other words, not all ESG issues will apply to all sectors and industries and businesses. So for example, you know, issues around energy and water and waste management would be very relevant to the extractives and mining industries. but not as material for the financial sector, right? Instead, the financial sector should be focused on data security and customer privacy as key elements. Where we've seen that breaches here can have a profound financial consequence, which we've seen many times over the last several years. Issues around governance tend to span across many sectors and industries. Where strong business ethics and a clear commitment to employee health, safety, and ultimately employee retention, are fundamental to the long-term success of any business. So I think that the main point here is that it's really up to, each industry has its own set of ESG risks, and any investment team needs to decide which are the factors that matter most for that particular industry and sector.
Perfect, Juan Luis. So this relevance by sector, let's move now to the current situation. Now, a lot has changed this year, and the question is whether the pandemic has brought changes also to the ESG approach. And if it has, what is the response to that has resulted in the change? Elodie, please.
Yeah, no, it was quite interesting to observe the trend this year and the particular context that we all experience. My answer would be the following: if you look at the trend, so in what extent actually investors have continued to invest in such ESG type of investment solution. My answer is that actually this year those market has been very resilient. So we've seen, I've mentioned to you this 20% growth rate on the mutual fund ESG featured, I would say. This year, by end of Q3, we were probably at 13%, so completely aligned with this kind of a structural growth. So this very specific and conjunctural event have not really impacted and probably have reinforced this preference and appetite for ESG solution. Then, if we look a little bit further down and we look at the type of focus on sustainability issue, here, I mean, I won't surprise you if I'm telling that the agenda has changed a little bit, and the social topic appeared at the top of the agenda this year. It was definitely not really to be transparent with you in the past on the investors' agenda. It was the social dimension was part of a more global picture on the E, the S, and the G. And as far as sustainability topic, I would say everyone were very much focused on the climate dimension and the environmental dimension. This year, we can definitely the change of focus around the social aspect, because of again. Two things, the level of awareness around income inequality and the needs of social cohesion, I would say, to preserve the system and the risk attached to that social cohesion. And on the second side, I mean, also the recognition by investors that this S profile can also guide you to select company able to navigate the crisis. And what is interesting to see is that in the US, we've seen a company having a good profile in terms of social pillar, getting a kind of extra return due to that during the spring, so the big lockdown early this year. So it looks like investors have started also to look at this to select company capable to weather this type of crisis. So definitely on that front, we've seen a change of focus and more consideration of this social dimension by investors?
Clearly, after the pandemic, those companies that were capable to be nicer with their workers, to avoid reductions, what they will get in return probably is more loyalty and more effort, because they saw their companies in the same sector not doing the same, and clearly that should pay in the future. No. So, Susana, let's jump to another topic. No, I think there's a consensus, and clearly in this panel, there's consensus that ESG has to be there. ESG is important. ESG came to stay. No, but there are challenges in the implementation, and in some countries more than in others, in some sectors more than in others. It's an interesting thing because this is something that was mostly driven by the market, by the demand side first and by the supply. And now the governments are jumping into. Now, hopefully, with what everyone has done, they jump into just to make it better, not to put barriers that make this more difficult. I think the market has worked well and the investors are aligned. What do you see are the challenges for this?
I mean, we are changing the whole way of making the analysis for investment. So I think, in my opinion, I have three key challenges that are perhaps smaller ones, but I think the most important challenges here are, on one hand, the data. The data has improved a lot over the last 10 years. I mean, if I tell you how it was 10 years ago, it really was much more difficult than today. I think the companies have done a tremendous effort to increase transparency and to give more information to the market. But still, this information is not having the same kind of quality that the financial one. So you need more standardization. You need also be able to compare this information between companies. This is not always the case. So data quality and probably also financial and general materiality of that data is a key point still today. The second thing, in my opinion, also extremely important, is that most of the analysts are having still problems to integrate this information in the valuation models. So we see a much better approach now to integrate it in the analysis firstly, so to see which are the risks and the opportunities and how these risks and opportunities may impact the business model of a company and the competitive position. But the valuation models that the analysts and professional investors have been using till now are still not integrating these ESG factors. So we need to go one step further and try to integrate these to different type of valuation models, not just giving a discounted cash flow model, but also on the fixed income side is also important, right? And then the last part, I think, for most of the audience and for us as human beings, we know that changing the way we work usually takes a little bit of time. So what I'm trying to say is that ESG, it looks to be small, but just to give you an example, we have for every company in our database around 3,000 KPIs per company. So this means that our investment professionals in the market, in general terms, they cannot know about any of these ESG issues and topics that we need to analyze. So the third challenge, as a summary, I see is that you need to give more trainings to these people to teach them on these different ESG topics and how they can do the due diligence about them so that at the end they can integrate them in the valuation and investment recommendation.
Thank you, Susana. Juan Luis, let's think a little bit beyond those elements and think of a country like Mexico or an emerging country. What challenges do you see here beyond those? Because I think those are everywhere, but there's probably something that could be different given the characteristics of this market.
Yeah, I think, I agree with Susana, right? Building a sustainable investing practice and implementing ESG analysis takes time and resources, which are absolutely challenges in themselves. But I think it first requires, to even get there, it requires The belief more and more that incorporating ESG analysis into the investment process adds financial value. And to establish that belief, many conversations need to happen at the senior management level. And that those conversations often will need to include education, right? And training, I think, back to Susana's point. But once an institution has established that investment belief and it has support for management, the next step I see is really establishing an investment policy that kind of clearly explains the institution's expectations, for how its investment managers and the companies that they invest in should be accountable for. And the challenge, I think, here is that we don't have these clear standards yet or regulatory guidance on what the financial ESG factors that issuers must disclose for each industry and sector are. And therefore, what an adequate investment policy should look like and what expectations we should set for managers and the issuers we invest in is complicated. But that said, as an industry, I think we have tremendous progress on creating global standards. That there are third-party organizations like the Sustainable Accounting Standards Board that are helping drive the standardization of these frameworks. There's also other frameworks like the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which are more specifically dedicated to outlining material risks of climate change. And we're even seeing increased regulatory discussion right across Europe and even in the U.S. And we don't see this as we expect this to increase in the months to come. And so all of these, I think, will be challenges for Mexico, just as they're challenges for the industry. But there'll definitely be, and there'll be challenges for regulatory bodies for self-regulation and industry associations, such as AMAFORE, right? That will have to manage these challenges as such. But I think, we're establishing, it's going to be critical to establish a sustainable investment belief and policy, as well as educating, the professional investors but also issuers and companies, and also all the pensioners that, and educating them on, why ESG matters and how the consideration of financially material ESG issues in the investment process can add financial value and contribute to better risk-adjusted returns. Doing so will help improve, not only the ESG characteristics of issuers themselves, it'll also help, provide better access to capital markets for these issuers within Mexico. And it will give investors, more information to better inform their investment decisions. And ultimately, it will help the end client, the retiree, gain confidence that their savings, have a positive environmental and social impact. And so all of this creates a positive feedback loop that I think can really help further develop the financial markets of Mexico. But clearly, there are many challenges that are ahead.
Thank you very much, Juan Luis. Elodie, let's go back to two topics. You mentioned this social component during the pandemic and how could that help the company and having the longer term a better return. Juan Luis just mentioned this better risk-adjusted profile. What do we see with the ESG factors versus returns? Do we see something now?
No, I think it's an important question, and it's a question that is coming back frequently, I would say. As long as we are talking about ESG, investors need to understand if there is any trade-off they should be aware of. And then again, it's a question of drivers, but this question is popping up all the time. So I think it's important to address it. I mean, if we come to the basics, market price at the end is a result of a demand and a supply. Okay. And if we remind ourselves as well what we mentioned about the background, this growing market, so multiple coalition more and more asset oriented into ESG and more recognition of the materiality of this criteria that is guiding the capital, we can question ourselves if this growth and flows have started to be enough to wait on the price, and is the financial market is starting to digest it and to incorporate it into the return. What I can tell you is that we're doing a lot of research, because for sure on that front you cannot rely on the past research. Everything is moving quite quickly, so you should be really producing some ongoing research. What we've seen according to our research are the following results on that particular question. Before 2014, you know, absolutely no impact of ESG. So, I mean, you cannot state that it's bringing any additional value. I mean, putting the disclaimer according to our methodology and things like that, but you can you can't really state that it brings something before 2014. What we observe is that there is definitely a break in 2014. And since then, actually, when you look, for instance, on the equity market, should it be Europe or US, and you look at the best in class or the best profile and the worst profile, we can definitely see an excess return generated from that factors, I would say. That is a consistent one. Okay, so it's not the same magnitude between Europe and US. For the last 6 years, it's an annualized return of excess return of 6% for Europe, 2.5% for US. So not the same magnitude, but definitely we can see an excess return for the best in class company vis-a-vis the worst in class company. So I would say yes. I mean, today we have definitely kind of proof of concept that whatever it is because of a demand perspective, so with these flows coming to the market, or whatever this is because you do believe that there is a financial materiality of it and that you should consider it. I mean, financial markets have started to really to integrate those extra financial dimension. The price is normally the reflect of all the available information. Okay, up to now it was related to the financial information. Now on the market we have this extra financial information, and so the question is it in the price or not? So we've seen that yes. And what is also quite interesting to stress is that in this research we've performed, actually, there is an interesting dynamic also that I can share with you. Is that actually, if you think a little bit about it, when we look at the ESG best practice, we look at the current picture. We look at how a company today, I would say, are adopting best practice or not on the ESG. As investors, we are long-term oriented. We need to project the company on a more forward-looking basis. We need to know not only, I would say, the situation, the ESG profile today, but the ESG profile in 1 year time, in 5 years time, in 10 years time. For the best profile, you can expect that they will keep this position. But for the rest, there is also a journey and a transformation at play. And what we observe since 2018, so since for 2 years now, is that we are starting to see a performing dynamic also on those companies that are improving their ESG profile. Okay, it's also a kind of a recognition that by adopting those best practices, in a way you will be rewarded by the market as well, because they do believe that potentially you are running less risk or you are opening some growth opportunity.
Thank you very much, Elodie. And one last question, because we're running late. Susana, what are the main differences, opportunities, and challenges between active and passive ESG investment?
Yes, so I would say that if we speak about ESG integration, what we call it like taking the ESG information into the fundamental analysis, this is something actually you cannot do in passive, right? Because by definition, it's just an active approach. But for the rest of the strategies that Elodie was speaking about, the exclusion strategy, the best in class, for both of them, you still can, on the passive side, really apply these strategies to a passive product. At the end, you see in the market different indices who are already doing this, and being a passive investor and trying to replicate that index, it's actually possible for you to do that. If you would like to go beyond that and you have very special ideas on concrete issues or practices you don't want to invest in, like, for example, if you say, I don't want to invest in any company that is having a problem or a violation on human rights, like, for example, child labor, then obviously you can add this additionally to your passive investment, but you will have to optimize the whole portfolio in order to avoid too high a high risk on the tracking error side. So just as a summary, the ESG integration strategy is just possible on an active product. If you go to a passive product, you still can apply the exclusion strategy and best in class. And if you would like to have an impact investment where you really see a real impact on the environmental and social side, then you just can do it with an active approach. It's not able to see it on the passive side. The last comment is if you would like to have an impact on the liquid side, things like bonds or things like equities, shares, then my recommendation will always be to go into the green bonds, because it's the only one that you don't have that kind of problem, and you can replicate something like a real impact part on the liquid side. This could be very summarized because I know we don't have a lot of time.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Susana, Elodie, Juan Luis. I think that this was a very interesting panel. It is a very interesting topic. We have a lot of participants that are young, that tend to be more interested in the environment, social issues, and governance than probably our parents were. And I think this is an important thing that they should follow, how the investors are doing, what are they doing, what have they incorporated of these practices, how this is working, because this is a way where their decisions can drive an outcome not only on their benefit in the returns, but also on the benefit of the country. So thank you very much, and thanks AMAFORE for organizing this panel. I think it was very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to you.
Thanks all.
You.
Muy buen día a todas y a todos. Me da mucho gusto participar en este evento en línea, Construyendo el Futuro Hoy, organizado por la Asociación Mexicana de Afores, AMAFORE. Antes que nada, quisiera agradecer a la AMAFORE por su invitación a este espacio, en el que se abordarán temas de gran relevancia como la importancia del ahorro para el retiro y el sistema de pensiones, así como la inclusión y educación financiera. Para la Embajada Británica en México, a través de su Fondo de Prosperidad, es de suma importancia la implementación de iniciativas que promuevan una mayor inclusión financiera en las poblaciones más desatendidas por el sector financiero. Nosotros estamos seguros que una mayor inclusión financiera es esencial para la reducción de la pobreza. En ese mismo sentido, consideramos que funciona como catalizadora para el crecimiento económico, especialmente en el contexto que ha derivado de la pandemia provocada por COVID-19. Al mismo tiempo, el ahorro previsional es un instrumento imprescindible para el bienestar futuro de las personas, pues este les ayudará a evitar caer debajo de la línea de pobreza y mejorar sus condiciones económicas en la vejez. Consecuentemente, la existencia de sistemas pensionarios apoyados por el ahorro para el retiro son esenciales a nivel macroeconómico, no solo porque reducen la contribución presupuestaria para el sostenimiento y apoyo a los adultos mayores, sino porque dichos recursos en el presente pueden ser canalizados a financiar grandes proyectos que a su vez detonen crecimiento económico en ciertas regiones del país. Cabe mencionar que la AMAFORE ha sido un socio fundamental para el diseño e implementación de varios proyectos apoyados por la Embajada Británica en los últimos años, no solo en el programa de servicios financieros del Fondo de Prosperidad, sino también en otras colaboraciones ligadas al sector financiero. En este sentido, agradezco una vez más a la AMAFORE por su compromiso y apoyo mostrado a lo largo de este tiempo, por conceder este espacio para crear sinergias que coadyuven al mejoramiento del sistema de pensiones, e invito a todos los participantes a que se involucren en las conversaciones, que tomen parte en este evento, ya que siendo ustedes el porvenir de México, es importante que planeen su futuro financiero adecuadamente. Muchísimas gracias.
Ah, la juventud, divino tesoro. Esa etapa en la vida en la que ilusamente creemos que seremos jóvenes para siempre. Hasta que nos damos cuenta de que no es así. Y es que no imaginamos que algún día seremos adultos mayores y que algunas cosas con el paso del tiempo serán inevitables. Así que antes de que la vejez nos tome desprevenidos, pensemos en algo que esté bien invertido. Tu Afore. No creas que por ser un jovencito, este plan en este momento no sea algo positivo. Porque cuando a la vejez habrás llegado, si no inviertes en tu Afore, tu futuro no estará asegurado. Así que si tu dinero inviertes desde este momento en tu Afore, tu futuro podría verse enriquecido. Así que, estate alerta. Es momento de que asumas esta gran propuesta. Y que si en futuro quieres ahorrar, el día de hoy un Afore debes considerar. Y es que invirtiendo una cantidad fija constantemente, y es más, ya, inmediatamente, pasarán los años. Y habrás obtenido un ahorro con el que te verás enriquecido. Así que llegará el momento en donde agradecerás que hayas pensado por ti y por los demás.
Muchas gracias por invitarme a este encuentro digital. Yo hace 23 años, cuando apenas estaba creando el sistema de pensiones del que hoy estamos platicando, estaba trabajando en el financiero y me parecía extraordinario que pudiera encontrarse una solución al desafío de las pensiones en México. Cierto, es un sistema que a lo largo de estas 2 décadas, casi media, se ha ido reformando, ha encontrado nuevas alternativas. Hoy representan los recursos acumulados ahí el 17.3% del Producto Interno Bruto, una cantidad impresionante, 4.200.000.000.000 de pesos, casi equivalente a lo que gasta nuestro país un año en el sector público. El tema de las pensiones es un tema de debate político, sí, pero también es un tema de conciencia social, sobre todo en los jóvenes. Hoy por hoy, si vemos ese recurso acumulado, 4.2 billones de pesos, desde que se creó llevaba un componente actualmente de ahorro voluntario y solamente acumula 113,000, 114,000 millones de pesos. Es muy poquito comparado con lo que debería tener el fomento al ahorro voluntario. Una manera adicional de asegurarnos que al momento del retiro, después de 40 años de trabajo, 35, 40 años, puedas tener realmente un sueldo adecuado para vivir y no depender solamente del subsidio estatal. Este es uno de los desafíos que está tratando de resolver la nueva reforma al sistema de pensiones. Se han registrado alrededor de 5 o 6 y también algunos cambios importantes en la forma en que se administran. Es un reto hacia adelante, pero el reto lo tienes tú. Muchas gracias por invitarme a este encuentro digital. Yo hace 23 años...
Está más de moda la responsabilidad social y la sustentabilidad que nosotros, mi Luis. Y esto que tú hablaste con el reconocido director de James Gunn.
Gran amigo ese James. Me habló para que salga en su siguiente película.
¡Ándale!
Hay que voltear a ver ese sector de buena lana, ¿eh?
Porque ahora sí vamos a ver si es cierto eso de lo que del dinero no se queda solo ahí esperando. Veremos si de verdad se va moviendo hacia donde dará mejores rendimientos para nosotros. Vamos a escuchar la fórmula de los expertos para hacer inversiones inteligentes, la ciencia de la gestión activa.
Lo reportamos. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, special thanks to AMAFORE for organizing this virtual event that addresses one of the most important themes in these times, retirement and pensions. To continue with the interesting topics and the speakers that we've listened to today, I'm here to join Sebastian Page in this panel to speak about one of the most important topics in investment management, the value of asset allocation and diversification in the investment decision making. This topic has a very special relevance when investing or horizon is basically addressed on a longer term objective. That is the case of the Mexican Afores. No? The importance of having a strategic investment plan and the value of tactical adjustments to better navigate the short-term challenges. Before we get into this topic, I would like to introduce you our speaker, Sebastian Page. He is the head of the multi-asset division at T. Rowe Price. Sebastian has over 20 years of experience in financial markets. He is a member of the Asset Allocation and the Management Committee of the T. Rowe Price Group. Prior to joining T. Rowe Price Group, Sebastian was Executive Vice President at PIMCO and before a Senior Managing Director at State Street Global Markets. Also, Sebastian won the Research Prize Award, Paper Award, from the Journal of Asset Management in 2003, 2010, and 2011, and from the Financial Analyst Journal in 2010 and 14. He's the author of the book Beyond Diversification that he just published this year. Congratulations for that. And he is co-author of The Factor and the Asset Allocation from the CFA Institute Research Foundation. He's also a member of the editorial board of the Financial Analyst Journal and the research committee of the Institute for Quantitative Research in Finance. He frequently appears on financial media, including Bloomberg TV and CNBC. Sebastian earned a bachelor's degree in business administration and master's degree in finance from University of Sherbrooke, and he has also earned his CFA designation. Before we start, I just want to tell you that T. Rowe Price kindly gave us 10 copies of Sebastian's newly published book, Beyond Diversification, What Every Investor Needs to Know About Asset Allocation. So after this panel, a question is going to be asked about the topics that we've talked about, and the first 10 correct answers to be placed in our in the Amafore's Twitter account is going to have this giveaway. So without further ado, Sebastian, thank you very much for being today with us.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. And first, I'd like to start by talking about T. Rowe Price, my firm, briefly. And I've brought some slides for this presentation, and we'll start sharing them in a minute if the technology works. But you will see there that there's a slide on T. Rowe Price. We're perhaps the largest asset manager that you've never heard of. We manage over 1.3 trillion US dollars. We have offices in 16 countries and a total of 7,600 employees. Our army of 711 analysts and portfolio managers deliver best-in-class performance across equities, fixed income, and multi-asset portfolios, which is the division that I oversee. We are the second largest active manager of US stocks in the world. We are the world's largest small and mid-cap and business in multi have both the largest and best performing US defined contribution retirement capability. We're the #1 provider of actively managed target date strategies. So today I want to